Alrighty. If everyone can take their seats, if you can silence your phones, we're going to be getting into the hearing starting now. So I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to our chair.
Good morning. All right. Thank you all for being in this space, in this moment, right now. Before we officially get started, we're gonna bring the spirits into the space. Is that cool? We're gonna bring the spirits into the space. And there's no better way to bring spirits into the space than through our creativity, through our artistic and cultural abilities. So I would like to call up at this time Alfonso Blakeney Lewis, a graduate of the Bowie State University, who will lead us in a rendition of the Negro National Anthem, Lift Every Voice and Sing. Thank you.
Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring, ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise high as the listening skies. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea. Sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us. Facing the rising sun of our new day begun, let us march on till victory is won. Stony the road we trod, bitter the chastening rod, felt in the days when hope unborn had died. Yet with a steady beat have not our weary feet come to the place for which our fathers sighed. We have come over a way that the tears have been watered. We have come treading our path through the blood of the slaughtered. Out from the gloomy past, still now we stand at last, where the white gleam of our bright star is cast. God of our weary years, God of our silent tears, Thou who hast brought us far on the way, Thou who hast by thy might led us into the light. Keep us forever in the path, we pray, lest our feet stray from the places, our God, where we meet thee. Lest our hearts, drunk with the wine of the world, we forget thee. Shadowed beneath thy hand, may we forever stand true to our God, true to our native land.
Now the Spirit is in this place. Thank you. So I welcome you all with gratitude, with humility, with honor to this Prince George's County regional hearing of the Maryland Lynching Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which we will now call to order. I hope you all are prepared to participate in this hands-on process. You will not just be sitting there listening. You will be a part of this experience, which is unforgettable, and it allows us to experience firsthand how the legislature can actually work for its people. As I review today's agenda, you may also reference it on the slide, and today's hearing will begin with the reading of House Bill 307, followed by a reading of our protocols for conduct and testimony. But before we get started with the proceedings, I think it's important to acknowledge and honor this space. This is the intellectual home of the Maryland Lynching Truth and Reconciliation, Commission, the Bowie State University. So before we get into the proceedings, if it's okay, I think it's important to get greetings from the esteemed president of Bowie State University, Dr. Anita Bro. Yes. Yes, please.
Good morning and welcome to Bowie State University. Bowie State University, for those of you who may not know, is the oldest HBCU in the state of Maryland, founded in 1865 as slavery was ending. This commission being here on this campus means so very much to how we preserve our history, tell our story, and ensure that everyone knows that African American history is American history. Black history is American history. So you being here today, this commission, this testimony that you will hear today is allowing us to lift up a new generation to know our stories, know the history, and be able to carry forth the legacy of BSU. BSU has opened our doors wide to ensure that our students have the way forward to achieve their education. We come from humble beginnings in the basement of a church up in Baltimore City, making sure that newly freed citizens had a way forward to be taught to read and write and have access to education. In 1865, that was not possible. It was illegal. And we have come through the struggles of 1865, and we will continue to go through the struggles of our day to day, making sure that our children have a way forward for their education. I'm looking forward to the testimonies here today, hearing about the commission. We are honored to host the commission here at BSU. And I'm really pleased and proud to see so many of you out on a Saturday morning. It's not all that warm out, although it feels a little bit like a heat wave today. But you brave through the weather, and we will continue to brave through the issues and the challenges of our day, making sure that we tell our stories and make sure that this generation, future generations, know from whence we came, the shoulders on which we stand. I invite you to come back and see Bowie State University. We have over about 6,400 students here studying in a wide variety of disciplines, and I want to thank our faculty who are part of this initiative here to ensure that we are educating our children, making sure that they know the truth, they understand where they are today, and carrying forth the legacy of BSU. I don't know if you noticed when you came in today, there are signs up that this is our 160th anniversary year. So you being here today means so very much. Thank you to the commission. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for what you have done and what you continue to do for Prince George's County, for the great state of Maryland, and for our nation. Thank you, and welcome to Bowie State University.
Beautiful introduction, President Bro. So, following the reading of House Bill 307 and followed by the reading of our protocols for conduct and testimony, we will have the narrative summary of each of the 4 known victims that occurred in Prince George's County. Thomas Jerx on October 12, 1869, John Henry Scott on March 23, 1875, Michael Green on September 1st, 1878, and Stephen Williams on October 20th, 1894. Along with the presentation of the research committee's research and processes for the case. You will hear that in addition to the summaries of each of the 4 known victims. Next, we will transition into what is the most sacred aspect of this work, which is the testimony, particularly from descendants. After the commission returns from an intermission, we will move into the phase of the hearing that includes testimony from expert witnesses. During that time, the commission may also respond to a question after a witness has concluded, with a question after a witness has concluded their testimony. And then lastly, the commission will open the floor up for public comment. Before we begin, we would like to honor our partners from Living and Growing who have joined us to help create and maintain a safe space for today's hearing to occur. We know that we are carrying a lot, not just what is happening in this space, but a lot of things around us. So please utilize their wisdom, utilize their love, their compassion. So Ms. Caitlin, Ms. Shanisha, Dr. Teresa, if you just show your hands. There you go. They will be here throughout the hearing, during the break, and also following the hearing. We do have 2 rooms, the Baltimore and the Columbia rooms, that are very close to this space that will be made available if you would like to connect with Living and Growing. So I'm very proud to say this is probably one of our more star-studded hearings that we've had. That's a good thing. I appreciate those who are bearing witness to what this commission is doing. We will have some remarks, but I would like to quickly acknowledge those elected officials, those dignitaries who have joined us this morning, starting with the Attorney General of the great state of Maryland, Mr. Anthony Brown. Moving on with someone near and dear to this commission, Maryland State Delegate Jocelyn Melnick. Is she with us? Oh, she just came in. Hey, Delegate Melnick. Thank you for being here. Along with Maryland State Delegate Kim Taylor. Delegate Taylor, are you with us this morning? That's all right, we'll clap it up for her anyway. If she shows up, she shows up. Maryland State Senator Nick Charles. Senator Charles, are you with us? Okay, we'll clap it up for him too, that's all good. It's all love, it's all love. Maryland State Delegate Jamila Woods, are you with us this morning? So they all come in late, that's cool. We start on time, they'll show up when they show up. And Prince George's County Council Chair Jolene Ivey. Chair Ivey, are you with us this morning? See, all these dignitaries, they get to come in a little late. Okay, it's fashionably late. So when they come in, we will make sure to acknowledge them. But we thank them, nevertheless, for their support of the commission. Now I'd like to officially introduce the members of the commission. Senator Benson, my apologies, please. Raise your hand, stand up, be seen, looking beautiful. My apologies, it wasn't on the, yeah, raise it up. She showed up on time. And we thank you for your presence here. My apologies again. So at this time, I would like to introduce the members of the Maryland Lynching Truth and Reconciliation Commission. I will start with those who have been able to join us in person, and then we will acknowledge those who are joining us virtually. So again, I am Dr. David Falconley. I don't have my nameplate, so y'all didn't know who I was this whole time. Except my mom. I'm Dr. David Falconley, representing the National Great Blacks in Wax Museum, and I am honored to serve as chair of this commission. And we can just go down the line, please.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Commissioner Amy Millen. I've been appointed by the governor as a member at large.
Good morning. My name is Nicholas Crary, and I represent the Maryland Lynching Memorial Project.
Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Hughes, and I represent the Maryland Historical Trust.
Good morning. Chris Haley, representing the Maryland State Archives.
Good morning. Maya Davis, representing the Maryland Commission on African American History and Culture as chair, and then also the liaison for Prince George's County.
Good morning. Lindsay Baker with Maryland Humanities, and also Prince George's County liaison.
Thank you all. And to acknowledge our commissioners who are joining us virtually, David Armenti, Dr. Iris Barnes, Vice Chair Dr. Charles Chavis, Commissioner Michelle Coles, Dr. Taisha Dupree Wilson, Robert Parker, Carl Snowden, and Dr. Marshall Stevenson. So we thank all of our commissioners, as well as those who were not able to join us in any iteration today. Commissioner Simone Barrett-Williams, Commissioner Stephanie Sewer. We are grateful for all the ways that our commissioners show up being a part of this experience. And to our newest commissioner, I thought she would be here this morning. Yay! I'm sorry. I'm so honored to introduce the newest commissioner representing the Bowie State University, Dr. Holly Fisher Hickman. All right. Always evolving, always changing, but I love it. Thank you for being a part of this experience with us. So at this time, I would like to recognize Madam Assistant Attorney General Sophie Asike, who will cite the specific state statute that requires this hearing. Thank you.
The Maryland Lynching Truth and Reconciliation Commission was established in 2019 by House Bill 307 and amended by House Bill 297 in 2021 and Senate Bill 478 in 2023. The act states as follows: whereas lynching or the extralegal murder of an individual in an act of mob violence is a violation of the rights to due process and equal protection of the law, and whereas at least 40 African Americans were lynched by white mobs in Maryland between 1854 and 1933, and whereas no person was ever tried, convicted, or otherwise brought to justice for participating in these racially motivated lynchings, and whereas various state, county, and local government entities colluded in the commission of these crimes and conspired to conceal the identities of the parties involved, and whereas these crimes far exceeded any notion of justice, just retribution, or just punishment, but were intended to terrorize African American communities and force them into silence and subservience to the ideology of white supremacy, and whereas no victims, families, or community ever received a formal apology or compensation from the state, county, or local government entities for the violent loss of their men, whereas restorative justice requires a full knowledge, understanding, and acceptance of the truth before there can be any meaningful reconciliation, now therefore be it enacted by the General Assembly of Maryland that there is a Maryland Lynching Truth and Reconciliation Commission. The act further provides for the commission members consisting of representatives from the Commission on Civil Rights, the State Archives, Maryland Historical Trust, the Commission on African American History and Culture, the Maryland State Conference of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, the Reginald F. Lewis Museum of African American History and Culture, the National Great Blacks in Wax Museum, the Maryland Center for History and Culture, formerly Maryland Historical Society, the Maryland Lynching Memorial Project, the Lily Mae Carroll Jackson Civil Rights Museum, Maryland's 4 historically black universities, Bowie State University, Coppin State University, Morgan State University, and the University of Maryland Eastern Shore, with 4 public members appointed by the governor. Staff for the commission is provided by Bowie State University in consultation with the Maryland Lynching Memorial Project and by the Office of the Attorney General. The staff provided by the Office of the Attorney General may issue a subpoena for the attendance of a witness to testify or for the production of documents in connection with any investigation or hearing conducted by the commission. The commission shall hold regional hearings open to the public in areas in which a lynching of an African American by a white mob has been documented. Receive from the public, including those from families and communities affected by racially motivated lynchings, recommendations for addressing, engaging, and reconciling communities affected by racially motivated lynchings, including the erection of memorial plaques or signage at or near the sites of racially motivated lynchings, and make recommendations for addressing the legacy of lynchings that are rooted in the spirit of restorative justice. In the hearing, the commission may research cases of racially motivated lynchings for which there is no documentation, should those cases be brought to the commission's attention, and the involvement of state, county, and local government entities and relevant news media in cases of racially motivated lynchings. On September 1st, 2020, the Commission submitted an interim report of its findings and recommendations to the Governor and the General Assembly. On or before December 1st, 2025, the Commission shall submit a final report of its findings and recommendations to the Governor and to the General Assembly.
Thank you, Madam Assistant Attorney General. At this time, I recognize Commissioner Amy Millen to explain the code of conduct for the hearing and explain the process for testimonies and public comments. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Members of the public had the opportunity to submit testimony via email to mltrc@maryland.gov prior to today's hearing. Throughout the hearing, questions and comments from members of the public in person may be recorded on paper provided by Ms. Floyd. Ms. Floyd, could you please raise your hand? Thank you. Those attending virtually are invited to email comments or questions to mltrc@maryland.gov. Please provide your name and organizational affiliation, if any, and limit your comment or question to no more than 2 minutes. Questions and comments, as well as live testimony, must be limited to the topic of discussion for today's hearing. If your comment or question is off topic, it will not be included in the hearing or your live testimony will end. Comments, questions, and testimony should be presented with decorum and the respect appropriate for conducting this public hearing. Any comments or questions containing obscene language or language inciting imminent violence will not be addressed, and any live testimony containing such language will end. Those comments and questions collected during the hearing will be shared during the public comment section. Finally, please note that members of the media may be present during today's hearing, and as such, public comments, questions, and testimony may be broadcast or printed by news outlets.
Thank you again, Commissioner Millen. I will just reiterate, we ain't about that today. If you are not here for truth, if you are not here for healing, if you are not here for understanding, get out. We good? We good. All right, let's keep it moving. So at this time, it is my honor to introduce once again Maryland Attorney General Anthony Brown to provide comments and reflections pertaining to today's hearing. Thank you, Attorney General Brown.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. First, let me thank Chairman Fakunle for your leadership of this outstanding commission, all the members of the commission for your work, your dedication. I, too, want to thank Dr. Bro, the BSU community for the extraordinary leadership, the contributions to developing the intellect, the passion, the commitment of the students who you send into the community, into the workforce to do big things and great things. As was mentioned, there are a number of members of the Office of the Attorney General who staff the commission. So I'm going to not only recognize them, but help me in showing our appreciation to Sophie Asike. Thank you very much, Sophie. Kristen McFarland and Trish Floyd, and all of them under the leadership of Zanita Hurley in our newly created Office of Equity, Policy, and Engagement. So we're here today to confront one of the most painful chapters in Maryland's history, a history scarred by racial terror and violence that sought to silence and oppress our African-American community and deny us our dignity, humanity, and right to thrive. This history isn't just something we read about, it's personal for us as Black Americans who've lived the experience of our community, and we've seen firsthand the resilience that defines us. So let me acknowledge the presence of members of the Descendant community who are here and we'll hear from Crystal Queen, Blair Bowie, and Dora Davis Proctor. And thank you for sharing your testimony and your stories. To those who've come today, including elected officials like my dear friend Jocelyn Pena-Melnick, Delegate Pena-Melnick, Chair of the Health and Government Operations Committee, Senator Joanne Benson, the other names you heard of members of the General Assembly who are not here, but without whom this commission would not have been established. So thank you very much for your leadership. Keep in mind, as you know, there are states that are not doing this. There are communities that are not doing this. And after last Monday, there are states and communities that were doing it but are no longer doing it. But in Maryland, we stand fast in our commitment to seek the truth. And today we will honor the memories of those who were stolen and ripped from our communities more than a century ago. Thomas Jerx and John Henry Scott, Michael Green, and Stephen Williams. The dark legacy of their murders committed in the name of white supremacy still echoes across Prince George's County and Maryland. Those echoes reverberate today in the persistent racial disparities that our community continues to face in criminal justice, healthcare, housing, education, and other critical areas of our life. So the Maryland Truth and Reconciliation Commission, you are undertaking vital work. By uncovering and confronting this history of racial terror, the Commission reminds us of a fundamental truth. We cannot build a just future without acknowledging the horrors of our past. Only through understanding and accountability can we ensure these injustices never happen again. In this spirit, I do want to acknowledge my predecessor, Attorney General Brian Frosh, who took a bold step during his term by formally overruling the formal opinions of the Attorney General, which guides state government in the interpretation of laws, that is considered by the Supreme Court of Maryland in interpreting the laws. And what Brian Frosh did was he ensured that he overruled and took off the books all of those formal opinions that were rooted in case law that supported slavery and Jim Crow. He rightly said his action would remove the stain of those harmful legacies and pledged to continue the fight against racism and hate. And our office, now under my leadership with my fantastic team, has proudly carried that fight forward. From my time as Lieutenant Governor, working to end Maryland's racially discriminatory death penalty, to now, as your Attorney General, my public service has focused on tackling injustices rooted in systems of racial discrimination and terror. The recent actions of the new administration in Washington highlight why this work is so critical. The executive order attempting to deny birthright citizenship, a fundamental right guaranteed by the Fourth Amendment, serves as a stark reminder of the dangerous echoes of our past. The attempt to undermine the rights of those born on American soil draws a direct line to the Dred Scott decision, which denied citizenship and dignity to Black Americans. These actions remind us that the fight for justice is ongoing and that we must remember our past to safeguard a just future. Understanding the past empowers us to act with intention in the present. After these lynchings, justice was denied. Institutions tasked with upholding the law allowed the killers to go free, leaving communities, Black communities, to suffer without recourse. We cannot and will not let this happen again in any form. Since I took office 2 years ago, the Maryland Office of the Attorney General has worked tirelessly to dismantle the systems that perpetuate inequality. And while my staff has given me a long list to share with you, I will not do that other than highlight a few key things that we've done that you need to know about. We collaborated with the Public Defender, the Office of the Public Defender, and I want to thank Bowie State University because the Institute for Restorative Justice and Practices is a part of this effort, the Maryland Equitable Justice Collaborative. Our goal is to address the fact that in Maryland, 71% of our prison population are Black men, although Black men make up less than 30% of the population, and we are getting after that problem. Addressing mass incarceration, which is a legacy of slavery and Jim Crow. I've directed my criminal appeals division. I have the responsibility for taking every criminal conviction in the state on appeal for the state. And I've directed the criminal appeals conviction that our priority is the fairness and justice within the criminal legal system. Our priority is not to uphold convictions. If we can uphold a conviction in the pursuit of justice, we will do that, but we will put first in our hierarchy of priorities a fair system of justice for victims and for defendants, especially those who historically have faced discrimination and unequal treatment. We support funding for legal counsel in eviction cases, recognizing that single black mothers, often the backbone of our families, are disproportionately impacted. And this crisis, this is all rooted in a legacy of racism, a legacy of terror, and the truth behind that is what this commission is all about. So let me be clear as I close, we will not allow Maryland to return to a shameful past. We will not stand by while black communities are terrorized for the crime of existing, and we will not allow black futures to be stolen in the name of hatred and white rage. This is our commitment. I know it's the commitment of each and every one of you here. I look forward to hearing the testimony today and participating in the commission's agenda. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to share some observations and thoughts.
Thank you, Attorney General Brown. That set the tone. But I think she might top you. We'll see. Because it is now my honor to introduce Maryland State Delegate Jocelyn Pena-Melnick, the sponsor of House Bill 307, which created this commission. We bring her to provide some comments and reflections on today's hearing. Thank you.
Wow, the pressure is on. Good morning, everyone. How are you? I want to start by saying that there was nothing that was going to get in my way of getting here today. And I came in with a little kitty that is in the back in his container because he just had surgery. And the person who was supposed to come and watch it did not come on time, and I didn't want to miss this. So I brought it with me, and it has its collar on. So this was so important to be here today. I want to thank the Attorney General for your work, and Sunita, for your hard work, all the commissioners. You're doing this without really any money, any funding. You're doing it from your heart. I want to thank Bowie University and my colleagues in the House and the Senate, Senator Benson and all, for helping us get this legislation through. So I am grateful to each of you here today for your presence and your commitment to this work. Confronting the truth is never easy at all, but it is necessary. It is our duty to shed light on Maryland's history of lynching and racial violence. Not to dwell in the past, but to understand it, right? If you do not know your past, you don't know where you're going, right? We have to learn from our past, especially with everything that's going on today and how polarized we are. And this week, they gave me anxiety. Now more than ever, we need to do this work. We cannot erase our history. If we don't learn from it, we do what? We repeat. So we cannot forget it. As many of you know, I had the honor of sponsoring House Bill 307 during the 2019 legislative session. So you're probably wondering, how did this, Dominican island girl decided to put this bill in, right? Well, I often tell people that this does not come from the beach, and we have many in the Dominican Republic. It comes from slavery, right? And those of you that know your history, it started there first, right? And I know who I am. And it's taken a lot to know who I am and to, respect my past and claim it. But it wasn't my idea. I received an email at my office, and we get many emails. And it was an email from one of your commissioners, Dr. Clergy, who said he had emailed other people, but that he did not get a response, and that he would like to meet me. And I said, I'll meet you. I said, why don't we have a cup of tea at Starbucks? So I drove to Starbucks. I have never met him. I sat down with him, and he educated me on our history that I did not know. And once I heard it, there was no way anyone that knows me, and Anthony can tell you, and Senator Benson, that I was going to stay quiet. So I decided to go ahead and draft a bill with his help, and Will, who's here as well. And you would think that it would be easy to get that little bill through. It wasn't. I had to negotiate on the wording. I had to make sure that that fiscal note was no fiscal note. And who was going to staff it? Bowie. Was there money? No. And over the years, we had to come back to add a little money, to make sure that you can, write and ask for grants and to extend it so that you could do the work. It wasn't that easy, but it was worth it. Because you see, the Maryland Lynching, Truth, and Reconciliation Commission has been tasked with investigating and documenting our history. And it's so important. But our work doesn't stop there. As a member of the Black Caucus for the last 18 years, and a proud member of the Black Caucus for the last 18 years, and not a quiet member either, we are now looking at a commission on reparations. And that bill, yes, that bill is actually coming. Guess to whose committee is it going to come to? Chair Pena Melnick. Because I chair the Health and Government Operations Committee, and we are in charge of not just all the health care, which is so important, especially as we look at the ACA and protecting it in Maryland, but also the work of the government agencies, and that bill is coming in front of me. And I can tell you, is it going to pass? Do you think it's going to pass? Yes. It hasn't had a hearing yet, but I'm pretty confident it's going to pass. And I want to acknowledge a woman that has been with me in my office for the last 16 years, and she's retiring April 15. And those of you that know, in Annapolis, for you to have a legislative aide with you for 15 years, it's unheard of, and that is Edith Perry. Edith, will you please stand up? Yeah. So Edith is responsible for a lot of the work I do. Today, as we gather to honor the victims of lynching in Prince George's County, we must acknowledge the broader context of racial violence and discrimination that has shaped our nation and our state. According to the Maryland State Archives, there were at least 44 documenting lynchings. And I say at least because we don't know it all, right? But 44, which is a lot. And I didn't know that before I met Dr. Clergy. So the work you're doing here is really important because you see, reconciliation is not a destination. It's a journey. Can I say that again? It's not a destination, it's a journey. And it is one that requires us to confront the past honestly and openly, because otherwise it's not going to work. To listen to the voices of those who have been harmed, and to commit ourselves to building a better future, to learn from it, to make sure that we don't repeat the past. It requires us to recognize that the wounds of the past are not easily healed, and that the process of healing will take time, patience, and dedication. So your work without compensation, or those hours you're spending, they're worth it. That's your legacy. And I thank you. And that's something that will live here even when you're gone, which is so important. And now more than ever, if you think, how can I make a difference? Do I give up? Do I hide for 4 years? No, absolutely not. You resist. You make sure that the way you live your life is worth it. That whoever you reflect, your mother who's sitting right there, what you do reflects her, your ancestors. It is worth it. And it is time for us to be smart, to think intelligently how we're going to make sure that we, Black and brown people, are not disrespected and forgotten. And as I do this work, it is not easy, but I reflect my mom. And my mom was a single parent who came here as an immigrant. And regardless of what you hear about immigrants, we're hardworking people. They come here because we want a better life. And we contribute to this society. All right? So do not hide. All right? You stay present. And you wake up every day and you can only control that is in your life, right? Do not worry about anything else, but contribute to making a difference. But I want to take a moment and I want us to pause to honor those that came from Prince George's County. I want us to honor Thomas Jerx, a husband, a father of 6 children, a hardworking man whose life was tragically cut short on October 12, 1869. May we remember him not just for the injustice he endured, but for the love and legacy he left behind. Let's remember John Henry Scott, a 23-year-old man, a son, a friend, whose life was taken on March 13, 1875, after accusations that led to his wrongful death. May we honor his memory in the community that mourn his loss. Let's remember Mike Green, a dedicated worker already serving time for an accusation of assault. He too was denied his right to life and justice on September 1st, 1878. May his family know that his name and story have not been forgotten. And we remember Stephen Williams, about whom little is known beyond the fact that he suffered a horrific and wrongful death on October 20th, 1894. His lack of recorded history does not diminish the tragedy of his loss or the injustice he endured. May we honor him as we honor all the victims of racial violence. This morning, as we reflect on the life lost to lynching in Prince George's County and beyond, let us reflect on the broader lessons of this history. Let us ask ourselves, how can we build a society that values justice, equity, and human dignity above all else? Let us commit ourselves to the work of truth-telling, healing, and reconciliation, not just as individuals, but as a community, as a state, and as a nation. Everything we do matters. We must leave a better world. Our lives have to be meaningful, worthwhile. I tell my 3 children that they reflect me and their dad wherever they go. We reflect our ancestors, their struggles, and shame on us if we don't use the life we have that God has given us to make a difference. Thank you for the work you're about to do. I am so grateful and honored to be here today. And I apologize I can't stay because I have a sick kitty that I have to take home. And thank you for the young lady who's watching you right now in the front. I hope you have a blessed morning. It is such an honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Melnick. I told you. That was a good start. I'm a cat person, I'll admit it. But thank you, and ashe, absolutely, ashe. So at this time, we will transition to the history and the case narratives. To provide historical context, I would like to introduce Artura Jackson. For over 10 years, Ms. Jackson has served in various roles in the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission, and as a public historian, Ms. Jackson was recently accepted the position of Assistant Director of the Black History Division of the Office of Historic Alexandria in Virginia. Congratulations. And I welcome up to the space, Ms. Jackson. Thank you for being here.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. It's an honor to go past one of my heroes. I love Jocelyn, and she's amazing. I'm going to be working some magic because technology was not my friend this morning. PowerPoint, but I have a really good memory because I'm a historian. So I want to thank everyone for coming this morning and participating with us here. David said, I have served for the last 10 years with the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission, and now I work in the city of Alexandria, working to tell the history of that city. All right, so Prince George's County is established in the late 1690s, and soon after the county is established, they bring enslaved people with them. Prince George's County had the largest population of enslaved people throughout the state. Maryland, at its height, had over 107,000 enslaved people, and at its lowest point, 87,000 enslaved people. Prince George's County still ranked highest with the enslaved population. And the reason why is because tobacco was king. You'll see images of tobacco on the screen. It was a crop that was very profitable and marketable and desirable in England. And settlers came in and they knew that they could sell it, but unfortunately they did not know the land. Tobacco is a hard crop to grow, and so it doesn't last long. Every 7 years, you have to move the fields, essentially. And so around the 1820s, all the soil is exhausted, and we begin to see people from Prince George's County being sold through the domestic slave trade to the Deep South to work in indigo and cotton fields and rice fields. So we have that history. Maryland, although we fought on the side of the Union, we did not free our enslaved people. So in 1864, on November 1st, the Maryland State Constitution is overwritten or rewritten to abolish slavery. So that's when people in Maryland were freed. So I am a proud Prince Georgian. I have lived here all but 5 days of my life. And I am a 6th generation Marylander. My family has been here since they got here. So I am proud of that. And Prince George's County has a rich and amazing history. I'm honored here today to stand at Bowie State University. Although I am not a Bowie State graduate, my brother graduated this past year, and I am very proud of him. He loves his Bulldog Nation. But you'll see a few figures on there. You'll see Jeremiah Hawkins. Jeremiah Hawkins was born in the southern part of Prince George's County. He was the first mayor of North Brentwood. North Brentwood was founded in 1924, or established in 1924 as an incorporated town. It is the oldest African-American town in Prince George's County. Jeremiah Hawkins not only was the mayor, he was a political activist. He was the first African-American to represent Prince George's County in the Republican National Convention, which at the time, most people in the state of Maryland who were African-Americans supported the Republican Party. You'll see also Doswell E. Brooks. Doswell E. Brooks was a World War I veteran who attended Hampton Institute. He returned home to Prince George's County, or moved to Prince George's County, and began to lead the school system. If you don't know, up until 1954, when Brown happens, Prince George's County operated 2 separate school systems, a white school system and a black school system. And Dr. Doswell E. Brooks served as the superintendent of African-American schools, helping them build schools in our county, buying a bus. That was one of his big accomplishments because students had to walk to school if they did not have a bus. Then you'll see Hester V. King, a hero of mine. Most people know about her because you go to the NAACP luncheon every year and you hear her name, but you don't know her story. Hester V. King is an amazing woman. She was the founder of the Prince George's County NAACP chapter. Imagine a woman in the early 1930s starting an NAACP chapter. Quite amazing. Prince George's County also has currently 4 incorporated African-American towns. The town of North Brentwood was founded in 1924. Eagle Harbor, which is far, far, far away in the southern part of Prince George's County. It takes a while to get there, but it is one of our only beach community, I believe, in the county. It's founded in 1925. Fairmont Heights is founded in 1935, and then the city of Glenarden in 1939. Honorable mentions would be the community of Lakeland and the community of Lincoln. Although they had political bodies, either they joined, like Lakeland joined with College Park, and Lincoln just absolved their government. Also, I want to mention education in Prince George's County. I talked about Bowie State University, the oldest HBCU in our state. It's here in Prince George's County. It provided plenty of educators. The people who Dr. Doswell E. Brooks hired were people from this university and this institution. Has a long legacy of providing educators for us. People may wonder, well, how did the Freedmen's Bureau impact Prince George's County? Because the state of Maryland fought on the side of the Union, benefits weren't as readily available to residents of this state. But we do have instances of the Freedmen's Bureau supporting it. So you'll see a picture of students at the Holly Grove School in, I believe it's in Croom. And that was a freedmen's school first, and then eventually it was knocked down and became a part of the 27 Rosenwald schools that were built here in Prince George's County. If you don't know what a Rosenwald school is, it was a partnership between Julius Rosenwald and Booker T. Washington to help provide education for the African American community. Over 5,000 schools were built across the American South, 154 in the state of Maryland and 27 in Prince George's County. Of the 27, 9 remain standing today. And I'm going pretty fast because I have a short amount of time, so bear with me. I think it's important for us to know that as we talk about the history of Prince George's County, many of us know that it is a Black majority, that we have this wonderful and rich history, but I don't think people fully understand the lived experiences of African Americans in Prince George's County. It was not easy. The lynchings are an indication of the racial tension, but this is a better example. These are housing covenants. One is of a Washington Post article from 1901, I believe, of Capitol Heights. If anyone knows where Capitol Heights, Maryland is, I went to school in Capitol Heights, Maryland. It is not a majority white community today, but in its covenant and its founding, it was noted that it would be only for whites only. You also see a housing covenant from the city of Cheverly, which is a beautiful community that sits on off of 295 off the BW Parkway. They put in their 5th article, so we're establishing a community, here are the rules. What is clearly stated is that African Americans are not allowed to move in. And then finally, you'll see a picture on the bottom. If you are from this county, if you've ever been to Palmer Park, those homes probably look familiar. That is a picture of Palmer Park prior to 1960. So you see that it is not what it looks like today. If you went there today, you would see beautiful brown faces running up and down the streets. My mom is here, and so I always include her in my presentations when I get to talk about Prince George's County, so you can find her in the room if you know who she is. But she's the person sitting in that picture. I am blessed to be a part of the rise of the Black majority. My grandparents grew up in my maternal grandparents grew up in rural Virginia. They saw a better life for their family and for their children. And so they moved to Washington, D.C., and when they got the chance, they moved to Prince George's County, where our family has remained since. My mom was a part of that migration, and she would go on to be one of the students who helped integrate the school system. Prince George's County has a unique history when it comes to busing. We were a county, we failed to honor the Brown ruling, and so in 1972, after multiple attempts to have full integration, Sylvester Vaughn and many other parents in Prince George's County sued and won. And so busing was the way that Prince George's County was able to integrate. We saw white flight. People left Prince George's County in droves between, if you look at the 1970 census and the 1980 census, it's almost a complete and total flip in population. It goes from being majority white to majority Black. And this was done through fear-mongering. Real estate agents encouraged white families to move. There's 5 Black families moving in today. You'll be the last one left on the block. Then they sold the homes to African Americans at overpriced rates. So it'll allow for us to really get our footing and starting to grow the population here. And After 1980, things really began to kick off. Arthur King was one of the first African Americans elected to the Maryland House of Delegates to represent Prince George's County, followed by Christine Jones in 1982. We would see political growth over time, people like Senator Benson taking on these offices. The major event that happens is in 1994 when Wayne K. Curry is elected as the first African-American county executive of Prince George's County, a slaveholding county, a county that had racial terror in its past. We elect Wayne K. Curry as our first African-American county executive. And for the last 30 years, we have been represented by African-American people. In 2018, we took another feat. We elected Angela Alsobrooks as the first woman and first African-American woman to serve as county executive in Prince George's County. And last year, we showed up and we showed out. We elected her to be the first African-American woman and first African-American to serve in the U.S. Senate representing the great state of Maryland. With the rise of political power also came the rise of community growth. Prince George's County is noted in many different places as a beautiful Black community. Like, we are known to be one of the largest and most affluent Black communities in the nation. Charles County stole our shine, but it's only because they have a smaller population than we do. We are still the Black majority in this region. And so that would really influence our political power. And we have representatives like Delegate Jocelyn Melnick, who can go and advocate on our behalf. All right. So as a historian, I have a responsibility, not just to tell you history, but to cause you to think. And so I've done a lot of work on this. I've worked with this commission, worked with the people in our county who have been doing this research. And I really need us to consider, I can tell you the history, but if I don't leave you with a question and ask you to think, then I didn't do my job, right? So what will be the legacy of these 4 men? How will we remember them? How can we honor them? Today, we'll talk about their lives, we'll learn about their past, we'll talk about who they were and the impacts on their family. But I think we would be remiss if we did not think about justice forward for them. Because there are many African Americans who have experienced racial violence in Prince George's County and across the state of Maryland that are not documented lynchings. The EJI, which kind of sets the guidelines for what lynchings are in the US, or how we define them, associated with mob violence, hanging, nooses, and ropes. But I believe, and I could hypothesize, that there have been more people in this state and in this county who have experienced death via racial violence. And so I think the legacy of these men can be associated, and they can help give a voice to those people who are not mentioned today. I say that because I have a group of pictures on the screen. You'll see Hester V. King at the bottom. Hester V. King, like I said, was the founder of the Prince George's County NAACP chapter, but she died at the hands of racially induced violence. She was arguing with her husband in the kitchen, and he had asked her to stop being involved in the movement, and she said no, and he said that they kind of separated and went their separate ways, and he heard someone, and so he shot whoever he thought he heard. Rumors, and it's really believed, because he was tried for it, that the Ku Klux Klan paid him to kill her. We also talk about Richard Collins, a Bowie State alumni, Second Lieutenant Richard Collins, who was killed at the University of Maryland, College Park, because he was a Black person, killed by racial terrorism and violence. We have to say his name and remember his legacy. You see Archie Elliott, who was killed at the hands of the Prince George's County Police. You see Prince Jones. You'll also see on the screen Corinne Gaines and Freddie Gray. I say this to say, I was doing research for this, and I was reading Ta-Nehisi Coates' book, The World Between Me, and he talks about the first time he experienced racial violence, the first time he feared the police was here in Prince George's County, Maryland. He grew up in Baltimore, and he came and was a student at Howard, and he had been told that if you go through Prince George's County, do all you can not to be stopped by police. To avoid it at all costs. And he said he was fearful of his life, that he would not survive in an encounter with the Prince George's County Police. One thing that I realized in the research about the men who were lynched, that police and the judicial system were involved in every instance. The police failed to give them safety and protection, and the judicial system failed them by not giving them a fair trial and access to their rights. So I think as we move forward, we have to consider the role of our judicial system and our policing in Prince George's County and honor the truth that racial violence has continued and that people have died at the hands of police violence. And then something that I've been working on and just thinking about, like, what do we take away from this, right? And so you'll see something called cumulative impact and historic trauma. And cumulative impact essentially is things that we experience, right? You experienced this, you're here today, and it holds on to you. You've seen something happen that was bad. We know about Thomas Jerx, we know about Mike Green, we know about Richard Collins. All those things impact us. And historic trauma suggests that it becomes a part of our DNA. It becomes ingrained in us. And so when something happens, when George Floyd was killed, people were like, why are Black people so upset? It is our ancestors screaming. It is what they witnessed. It is what they experienced. And so I think that as we move forward with these hearings and that the commission goes and submits a final report, I think it's important to acknowledge the impact of cumulative impact and historic trauma and how has it affected the African American community here in the state of Maryland. I thank you all so much for your time. I know that was quick, but I thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson, for your testimony and for your framing, because as we know in public health and just in life in general, context is everything. Context is everything. So thank you for giving us the context. So at this time, we will now hear from 4 community members who will provide the background and history of each of our 4 known victims. And at the conclusion of each narrative, we will take a minute to honor them via a moment of silence. So at this time, I would like to introduce Isabella Carrero Baptista, a junior at the University of Maryland, College Park, go Terps, majoring in journalism and information science. Through her coursework, Ms. Carrero Baptista created a brochure explaining the Prince George's County Lynching Memorial Project. The slide that is being used with a map of the lynchings in Prince George's County, and worked on a research project titled Racial Terror, Lynching, and the Press. Ms. Carrero Baptista will present the history and background of Thomas Jerx. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for coming. Today we begin the telling of the county's painful history of racial terror through the story of the lynching of Thomas Jerx in 1869. Mr. Jerx was born in Frederick County, Maryland, date unknown. He was a freedman. He eventually moved to Prince George's County in an area now called Fort Washington. Mr. Jerx was a husband and a father. He and his wife, Barbara, had 6 children: Milton, Abs, John, Mary Ella, Henry, and Jane. The Jerx family lived on the property of Thomas Adams in Fort Washington, near the intersection of present-day Adams and Jackson Drives, a quiet suburban area. In 1869, Mr. Jerx worked as a laborer for the nearby Schoaf family's farm at the intersection of Livingston and Old Fort Roads. Today, a convenience store stands there. The events occurred in or right outside of Chapel Hill, a Black farming community with a Freedmen's Bureau school and a Methodist meeting house. Now that you have a sense of the place, we can tell you what we know about the lynching of Thomas Jerx. Contradictory news reports make an accurate retelling of the story impossible, and we need to consider the source. White-owned newspapers often frame their stories to prejudge and vilify Black victims, if not outright justifying the lynchings. The only thing we know for certain is that Mr. Jerx was kidnapped by a white mob in front of his family and taken into the woods and lynched. The story begins on October 12, 1869. A common pretext for lynching was accusing a Black man of assaulting a white woman. In this story, the white woman was Miss Dooley, a well-known Prince George's County teacher from Fort Washington. On that fateful morning, Ms. Dooley was on her way to school when a young, unidentified male acquaintance gave her a buggy ride to school, according to the Thomas Jerx biography in the Maryland State Archives. When they arrived at the bend in the road, she decided to travel the rest of the way on foot. At some point, Ms. Dooley was allegedly assaulted and beaten unconscious. According to the Baltimore Sun, her screams alerted a pair of nearby hunters and a fellow teacher. They transported Ms. Dooley to a nearby house, where a doctor treated her. We don't know the identity of the male acquaintance who gave Ms. Dooley a ride or why she decided to travel the rest of the way on foot. Some 50 local men assembled to hunt down the assailant. The posse first apprehended a black man named James Jackson. Soon after, they captured Thomas Jerx, who was further down the road transporting goods on an ox-drawn cart. The posse chained the two men together. The only evidence against either man was that they were in the area at the same time of the attack. Both were taken to Justice Brooke in the Piscataway district. Without a witness or any evidence, Justice Brooke held the two men overnight, hoping Ms. Dooley would recover and identify her attacker. Around midnight, a group of men tried to lynch both Mr. Jerx and Mr. Jackson, but the guards convinced the mob to disperse. The following morning, doctors didn't know if Ms. Dooley would survive. Later, community members claimed to have discovered a piece of fabric near the scene of the assault that matched Mr. Jerx's makeshift bandage from an earlier farm injury. That was all that was needed to condemn Mr. Jerx and take him to Upper Marlboro. Mr. Jerx was placed under the protection of Constables John Underwood and Anthony Anderson. Likely knowing he would be hanged, whether by the posse or a judge, Mr. Jerx allegedly asked to be taken by his house to say goodbye to his family. When the wagon stopped at his home, a mob of around 20 men, wearing handkerchiefs over their faces with eye holes cut out, kidnapped Mr. Jerx. We don't know why the mob kidnapped Mr. Jerx in front of his family. Was it done intentionally to traumatize his family and the rest of the black community? According to newspaper accounts, the mob, pushing further into the woods, stopped at an oak tree with a waiting noose. They forced Mr. Jerx into the noose and made him stand on top of the wagon. When the wagon was moved, Mr. Jerx jumped and the rope slipped. His feet touched the ground, saving him for a brief moment. Then one of the lynch mob jumped on Mr. Jerx's shoulders, while the rest of the mob swung his body to strangle him. Often, the brutality did not stop with the lynching. Victims' bodies were mutilated during and after. This happened to Mr. Jerx. Members of the mob formed a firing line and shot a volley of bullets into his body. Thomas Jerx was left to swing from the tree for 2 hours before a coroner was sent to cut him down and declare him dead, quote, from hanging by unknown persons, end quote. Mr. Jerx's tragic story is difficult to hear, but the truth of it must be faced. It is a tragedy compounded by the lack of accountability and the shameless justification for his murder. An Evening Star article describing the grand jury investigation of the lynching said the circuit court in Upper Marlboro dispatched Sheriff Dyer to safely bring the prisoner to jail. But that was not possible because, quote, justice had already been satisfied, end quote. Justice had already been satisfied? Mr. Jerx was murdered before the sheriff was able to bring him to jail. He was presumed guilty and denied due process. Given the times, even if he had made it there safely, a fair trial and verdict was very unlikely. Learning the mob had murdered Mr. Jerx, the judge initially called for an investigation. Addressing the grand jury, he said, quote, no matter how heinous the crime, this tribunal can never sanction punishment by violence and mobs. It becomes your duty to investigate this matter fully and fairly. But the judge continued, quote, while it is always desirable that the law should be allowed to take its course, the circumstances of this case justify, as fully as any could, the actions of the community, end quote. Think about the judge's words. Calling a violent mob the community, ensuring a suspect's safety is merely desirable, and that the circumstances justified, as fully as any could, the mob's murder of Thomas Jerx. No one was brought to trial for Mr. Jerx's murder. An example of the long history of the lack of accountability for the murder of black people that continues today. Racial terror lynchings were not directed just at the person murdered, but at the entire Black community. Newspapers report that Thomas Jerx was buried on Hatton's Hill. An Alexandria Gazette article admits that burying Mr. Jerx there on a public road was intentional. The site of his grave was hoped to be a constant and sufficient warning to the Black community of Chapel Hill. In spite of this racial terror, the Black community in Chapel Hill prospered. The resilient farming community grew as a collection of tight-knit families centered around 2 Methodist churches, and it remains a resilient and thriving Black community today. Clearly, there is more to the story of Thomas Jerx's lynching. We remain dedicated to learning more about Mr. Jerx, uncovering the truth of his lynching, and working to hold accountable those responsible for his brutal murder. We'll now pause for a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carrera Baptista. At this time, I'd like to recognize Naira Wiley, who will provide the history of John Henry Scott. Ms. Wiley attended Pennsylvania State University at Harrisburg and is currently doing a digital media internship in the Creative Works program at Joe's Movement Emporium in Mount Rainier, Maryland. Shout out Joe's Movement Emporium. I'm glad he's still around. Dig now. Yeah. She is a resident of North Brentwood, the oldest African-American municipality in Prince George's County. Thank you for being here, Ms. Wiley.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. John Henry Scott was the second Black man lynched in the county in 1875 near Oxon Hill. We don't know much about him or his family before his death, not even when they came to the Oxon Hill area. Newspaper accounts from the time say Mr. Scott was 23 years old and had a sister and a brother, and that he was survived by his mother and brother. In 1870, Prince George's County census lists John H. Scott, age 23, living with John Scott, John Scott, 45, Sarah Scott, 38, Joseph Scott, 13, and Jacob Scott, 8. The John H. Scott in the 1870 census would have been 28 at the time of the lynching. Since given ages are not always accurate, it's possible he was the person lynched in 1875. However, this cannot be substantiated with any additional evidence. This family was not listed in the 1880 or 1890 census. Mr. Scott was reportedly formerly enslaved by F.A. Francis Posey, according to the Alexandria Gazette. However, this has not been confirmed. What we do know is that Mr. Scott was single and lived on the property of E.A. Edgar Nelson, located in what's now Oxon Hill. Mr. Scott worked as a laborer at Mr. Nelson's Notley Hall farm, southwest of what is now National Harbor. The farm was on land originally called Admirathoria, which once housed an 18th century plantation house by the same name. Mr. Nelson purchased his property around 1872 after moving to Maryland from New York. His wife is also listed on land records, unusual for a woman of that time. Mr. Scott came to Notley Hall in 1874 to work on the Nelson farm and lived with the family, according to the Baltimore Sun. The paper went on to say that the relationship between Mr. Scott and the Nelsons was, quote, reportedly friendly, end quote, and that Mr. Scott had stayed in the Nelson home previously when Mr. Nelson was out of town. Now that you have some background, we can share what we know about the lynching of Mr. Scott from newspaper accounts of the time. The story begins on March 23, 1875. That day, Mrs. Nelson was home alone with the couple's toddler son. Mr. Nelson had left earlier for an overnight business trip. The 23-year-old woman said she was awakened by a noise around midnight. Shortly after she got up to investigate, she said Mr. Scott entered her bedroom and put a revolver to her head, according to the Baltimore Sun. Mrs. Nelson said he threatened to kill her and her son if she didn't cooperate with his demands. After allegedly raping her, Mr. Scott left only to return about an hour later to again threaten Mrs. Nelson and her young son. Mrs. Nelson said that he told her that, quote, he was tired of living, end quote, after being disgraced by his sister becoming the mother of an illegitimate child, the Sun reported. After allegedly raping her again, Mr. Scott shot himself in the left breast, saying he knew he'd be killed for his actions, according to the article. Mrs. Nelson then ran to an African-American neighbor's house for help, saying only that Mr. Scott had been shot. The neighbor went to Mrs. Nelson's house to find Mr. Scott bleeding. He ran to get help from Dr. Bain and Justice R. Walker Brooke, who lived nearby. The following morning, Mrs. Nelson told Justice Brooke that Mr. Scott raped her at gunpoint, according to newspaper accounts. Based on her statement, Justice Brooke ordered Mr. Scott to be taken to the jail in Marlborough by the newly deputized Curtis Smith. Around 8 a.m., Deputy Smith and the wounded Mr. Scott left for the jail. By the time they got there, the jail was surrounded by a mob of some 100 masked men, demanding that Mr. Scott be turned over to them to administer justice. The Sun and some other newspapers maintained that the mob included black men. Deputy Smith told the crowd that he intended to, quote, bring Mr. Scott to justice according to the law, end quote, the Sun said. But they never made it. The mob seized Mr. Scott, put him on a horse, and took him to a hollow, where they put a rope around his neck. Tying the other end to a tree, they drove the horse away, leaving the body hanging. Most newspapers assumed that Mr. Scott was guilty as charged, and that the mob lynching was somehow justified. And some, like the Sun, reported that African Americans in the mob planned to also burn Mr. Scott's body. The newspaper added, quote, this, however, was not allowed, end quote, leaving the impression that lynching was allowed and justified even before Mr. Scott was tried or convicted. Mr. Scott's body was cut down from the tree that afternoon and a coroner's jury summoned. Their verdict, Mr. Scott was, quote, hung by persons unknown, end quote. And with that, the case was closed. Newspaper accounts stopped there. We don't know whether Mr. Scott's family recovered his body or where he was buried. We do know that no one has ever been held accountable for his murder. Mr. Scott's story is hard to hear, but must be told. It is a tragedy made worse by the lack of accountability and the shameless justification of his murder. Racial terror lynchings like that of Mr. Scott were not directed just at the murdered person, but the entire black community. Clearly, there is more to the story of John Henry Scott's lynching. We remain committed to learning more about Mr. Scott, uncovering the truth, and working to hold accountable the perpetrators of his brutal murder. We'll now pause for a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wiley. At this time, I would like to recognize Isis Bandele Asante, who will present the history of Michael Green. Ms. Bandele Asante is a student at Bowie State University, majoring in philosophy, politics, and economics. Is that a triple major?
No, it's an interdisciplinary one.
Okay, cool. That's a lot. She is a member of the Bowie State Pre-Law Society and Philosophy, Politics, and Economics Club. Thank you, Ms. Bandele Asante.
Thank you. Michael Green was the third black man lynched in Prince George's County. Mr. Green was a free black man in about 1848. He was a husband and father. He and his wife, Laura Rideout, had one child, Sophia Green, according to a family tree of his wife's family. The couple married in 1872 when Mr. Green was 27 and his wife was 17, according to state marriage records. It's likely that Mr. Green's family may have been tenant farmers. In 1850, federal census lists him and other family members as living in a white farmer's household in Nottingham in Prince George's County. They may have been living with Rachel Curtin's family because her forebears were enslavers of Mr. Green's ancestors, according to a history of African Americans in the county by the Maryland National Capital Parks and Planning Commission. Mr. Green is listed in the 1870 census as 22 years old and living in the county's Marlborough district, along with 5 other people with the same last name, 4 in their 20s, and a 1-year-old child. Upper Marlborough was an important African American community during that time. After the Civil War, some freed black men bought land there, built a Methodist meeting house, and established a school for black children in 1867. In 1871, Mr. Green had an account in the Freedmen's Bureau's bank, according to its records, and his child was born about 1873, according to the federal 1880 census. Now that you know something about Mr. Green, we can share what we know happened from newspaper accounts about the lynching of Mr. Green on September 1st, 1878. It's impossible to know what really happened, given the incomplete and contradictory newspaper accounts of the time. White-owned newspapers often frame stories about lynchings to vilify black victims and justify the lynchings. All we know is that Mr. Green was kidnapped by mob from a locked jail cell in Upper Marlborough, taken to a tree just outside town, and lynched. The story begins sometime in late August 1878. It follows a common pretext for lynching, a black man accused of assaulting a white woman. In the story, it was 19-year-old Alice Sweeney. Newspapers described her as a, quote, beautiful young woman of high social standing, and mentioned she was engaged to be married in the fall. Newspaper accounts don't tell us when Miss Sweeney was assaulted or exactly where it happened. One said it occurred about 200 yards from her house, some miles from Marlborough, as she was going to a spring. Another simply said it happened in an unfrequented place, as she was walking home after visiting friends. According to most accounts, Miss Sweeney was left unconscious by the attack, but somehow managed to make it back home. The following day, Miss Sweeney identified Mr. Green as her assailant. That was all that was needed for him to be accused of the assault. The newspaper stories don't provide any evidence or eyewitnesses connecting Mr. Green to the assault of Miss Sweeney. There had been threats against Mr. Green, and it was reported that Mr. Green had already survived one lynching attempt. Concerned for Mr. Green's safety, the Prince George's County Sheriff kept him in the Upper Marlborough jail for a week before his lynching. But in the end, being in the jail did not protect him. Early on the morning of September 1st, a mob of some 50 masked men that one newspaper said were, quote, armed to the teeth, end quote, forcibly entered the jail and found their way to Mr. Green's cell. According to the Washington Post, they broke down the cell door and dragged Mr. Green from his cell and took him to about a mile outside of Upper Marlborough to a cherry tree in a wooded area. Mr. Green reportedly struggled with the men and confessed to assaulting Miss Sweeney. After his alleged confession, the mob swung a rope over one of the tree's branches and left him to die. Michael Green was buried in the Upper Marlborough jail on the West Lawn. The Washington Post declared, quote, the guilt of the prisoner was unquestionable, end quote, and citizens thought he deserved punishment. But later added that no one thought that anyone would interfere with the normal process of the law, or that Mr. Green would, quote, be taken out of the hands of the legally constituted authorities, end quote. Many newspapers, such as the New Bloomfield Times in Pennsylvania, concluded that lynching was, quote, generally endorsed by the community. A jury of inquiry quickly reached the verdict that Mr. Green was, quote, found hanged by parties unknown, end quote. Authorities made little effort to identify those responsible for the lynching. The only thing the jury recommended was strengthening the jail door, according to an undated, handwritten note signed by Justice Henry Brooke and 11 other jury members. The story ends here, but our work continues. We remain committed to learning more about Mr. Green, investigating what really happened, and working to hold accountable those responsible for his brutal murder. Thank you, and I now ask that we take a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you again, Ms. Bandelia Asante. And at this time, I would like to recognize Akua Bandelia Asante, who will present the history of Stephen Williams. Ms. Bandelia Asante is a junior here at Bowie State University, majoring in communications with a concentration in strategic public relations. She is a workshop leader in the Student Success Center on campus and was previously active in the New London, Connecticut NAACP Youth Chapter. Thank you, Ms. Bandelia Asante, for being here.
Greetings, everyone. Stephen Williams is the last known Black man lynched in Prince George's County. Mr. Williams was born in 1870. He was one of 9 known children born to Thomas and Maria Julia Williams, according to the 1880 federal census. They had 9 children. A Williams family tree lists them as Catherine, known as Carrie, Louisa, Thomas, Frank, Stephen, Charles, Henry, Catherine, and Sam Elliott. Their parents had been enslaved, so it's possible that there were more children. Only one newspaper account of Mr. Williams' lynching mentioned any family members. The Maryland Independent of Port Tobacco said that Mr. Williams was survived by his brother-in-law, James Norris of Belle Alton, Maryland. Mr. Norris was married to Mr. Williams' sister, Carrie. This family connection led researchers to descendants of Mr. Williams' sister, Carrie, and the Norris-Butler family tree, and later locating the living descendants of Mr. Williams. We do not know where Stephen Williams made his home or what he did for a living when he was lynched October 20th, 1894. On an iron bridge in Upper Marlboro, not far from the current county administration building. The 24-year-old Mr. Williams was accused of planning an attack on a white woman, Katie Hardesty, at her home near Woodmore. According to newspaper accounts, Mrs. Hardesty was home alone and sick in bed on October 17th when a man entered her bedroom asking the whereabouts of her husband, Albert, a well-known farmer. She told him that he was working at the store he operated in Upper Marlboro. The man lunged at her and a struggle ensued between them. The assailant released her only when the family dog started biting him. The Hardesty's daughter heard the commotion and yelled for help, and the assailant fled. Mrs. Hardesty left her home to tell her husband what had happened. Mrs. Hardesty and her daughter identified Stephen Williams as the assailant, according to newspaper accounts. The next morning, October 18th, the sheriff found Mr. Williams and charged him with attempting to assault Mrs. Hardesty. During the preliminary hearing, Mr. Williams allegedly confessed the crime. He was sent to the county jail in Upper Marlboro. Late on the night of October 19th, a group of men on horseback went to the home of Warden W.J. Spicer, according to news accounts. The men told the warden they had a prisoner to be jailed and needed the keys. Warden Spicer told them his key was in a deposit box at a drugstore in town, and that a second key, held by the deputy warden, was needed to get into the jail. Warden Spicer told them the deputy warden was at the jail and would receive the prisoner. A short time later, the men returned to Warden Spicer's home with guns drawn, demanding the keys. Spicer then pulled out his gun and told them, quote, "You can get the keys out of this," end quote, meaning his gun. At that moment, a gunshot rang out at the jailhouse 2 blocks away, and the men ran off. Warden Spicer, fearing that a mob had broken into the jail, got dressed and ran to the jailhouse. By then, a mob had gathered at the jail's back door, a double iron door with iron locks. It took the mob an hour with a sledgehammer to break the bricks around the door's foundation and gain entry, according to newspaper stories. A crowd witnessed the mob breaking into the jail. Williams pleaded with the deputy warden to protect him, all to no avail. The men who entered the jail found Mr. Williams hiding under his mattress. Placing a rope around his neck, they dragged him down the stairs of the jail and out onto the lawn. The mob led Williams to an iron bridge in between the town and the railroad station. They threw the rope over one of the bridge's beams and hauled Mr. Williams up. The mob secured the rope to the bridge railing. A volley of shots were then fired, and the lynchers disappeared, leaving the body hanging. A few minutes later, Warden Spicer arrived and dispersed the crowd. He took down Mr. Williams' body and laid it under a sycamore tree, according to the Baltimore Sun. Other papers reported that Mr. Williams' body wasn't taken down until the next morning. Mr. Williams was turned over to an undertaker who dug a grave in the jail yard, the Sun reported. The investigating jury's verdict was that Mr. Williams, quote, "came to his death by hanging and being shot by parties unknown," end quote. Some newspaper claimed that black men were part of the lynching party or supported the lynch mob's actions. These reports are hard to believe. The Baltimore Sun said that the Upper Marlboro citizens, quote, "without respect of race, color, or condition," end quote, agreed that Mr. Williams deserved his fate. The Baltimore Sun said that the paper also claimed Mr. Williams' father said he couldn't believe blamed the people as it was a bad crime. The paper added, quote, "while lawlessness is always to be deplored, the crime was of such brutal character that lynching was the only proper punishment," end quote. Lynching was the only proper punishment. Mr. Stevens was lynched by a mob, and then his body was riddled with bullets, all well before he was even tried, much less convicted. Clearly, there is more to this story than what newspapers of the time tell us. We remain committed to learning more about Mr. Williams, uncovering the truth about his lynching, and working to hold accountable those responsible for his brutal murder. We now pause for a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you again, Ms. Bandelia-Sante. At this time, I recognize Commissioner Chris Haley, who serves as chair of the Research Committee, to provide some context as to the process of the Research Committee. Thank you, Commissioner Haley.
Thank you, Chair Fakunde. Briefly, in 2019, then Governor Larry Hogan signed into law the creation of the Maryland Lynching Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Among its legislative mandates was to research certain cases of racially motivated lynching. General examination, research, reflection, and actions to document the history of racial terror lynchings in Maryland arguably began with the study produced by lawyer A. Briscoe Koger in 1918. This record of documented murders, of extrajudicial murders of African American men in Maryland spanned the years 1889 to 1918. Subsequently, an effort was launched by Dr. David Taft Terry in 2001 at the Maryland State Archives, where he then served as research director for the commission to coordinate the study, commemoration, and impact of slavery's history and legacy in Maryland. During this time, the span of the racial terror atrocities Dr. Terry covered expanded to 1854 to 1933. The archives continued its research efforts and placed them online in a website entitled Judge Lynch's Court in 2006, which continues to be accessible today. In approximately 2016, MLTRC Commissioner and Reconciliations Chair Nicholas Creary led students of his at Bowie State University, I believe, to look further into Maryland's lynching history and the demonization of these acts by labeling the victims with names such as evil and beasts and rogues. Since then, many individuals and organizations have continued this work to recognize, study, and seek to understand how such egregious acts of inhumanity could be perpetrated, justified, and left unpunished for so many years. In addition to those working under the auspices of several county Maryland Lynching Memorial Project organizations, this commission applied for and received an Emmett Till federal grant to, among other things, hire the services of Heritage Associates, a local research team out of Baltimore, Maryland, which has helped us immensely to keep this work going. We encourage all of you to encourage others to submit any information you might have of stories you may know of to our contact page at the Maryland Lynching Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Because as this work, the respect and the reconciliation did not start with this commission, it also does not stop with it. It remains within each of us to keep this task and the memories of those who suffered alive. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Haley. So now we transition to, again, what we uplift as one of the most sacred elements of this hearing, which is descendant testimony. And this is ongoing work. I think it's very important to really lay out context when it comes to this element of what we do with descendant testimony. It is always our effort, our goal, our desire to identify those whose ancestors are a part of this terrible history. We also recognize that there are descendants of the communities that were terrorized as a part of this legacy. And so I always want to acknowledge that the research, as was shared by Commissioner Haley, is not just what this commission has done. We did not start from square zero or square one. This work is built upon the efforts of Dr. Taft Terry, Commissioner Creary, many of those who are in this audience for Prince George's County and all the other regions of the state where we have been. And so, again, as Commissioner Haley said, it didn't start with us, it won't end with us. This is a living organism. And so we encourage the work to continue. What is presented in this moment is just a moment in time. I always say, with humility, with gratitude, with understanding and compassion, we want the stories that have not been told. We want to hear from the descendants who need the space and the opportunity to share their truth. If we have not done that to the level of one's satisfaction, we apologize. And we aim to rectify the situation however we can. This is not the only opportunity for anyone's story to be told. I reiterate, it is just a moment in time. And so I give much honor and much appreciation to the Prince George's County Lynching Memorial Project. Those members, would you please raise your hand if you so choose? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So as will be reiterated throughout this hearing, those who have testimonies to share, those who have stories to share, there are opportunities to do so even beyond this moment. So again, we thank you for your understanding and for your grace and for your vulnerability. This ain't easy. It never has been, it never will be. So at this time, I would like to recognize Ms. Crystal Queen, who is the fourth great niece of Stephen Williams.
Good morning, everyone. I am not good at speaking off cuff, so I wrote a statement that I'd like to read to you. My family has roots in Southern Maryland dating back to the 1700s, so our stories are deeply intertwined and woven into the fabric of this county and state. I've spent the last 5 years tracing my family origins and collecting records to flesh out our tree. About a year ago, I was contacted by a genealogist working with this project. Through her work, I discovered the details of the lynching of Stephen Williams in Upper Marlboro, who would have been the uncle of my third great-grandmother, Rosina Norris. The lynching of Stephen Williams is not an isolated incident. It is part of a larger history of racial violence that reverberates through time. It's hard to imagine how Stephen's family and the wider Black community of Upper Marlboro must have experienced this event. Whether believed to be justified by accusations of crime, the belief that a person had become too uppity for their station, or mere racial resentment, lynchings were not just acts of violence against individuals, they were acts of terror against entire communities. They sent a clear message about who held power and the ways in which they were able to wield it with impunity. The fear and trauma inflicted by these acts are often carried forward and etched into the collective memory of families and passed down through generations. I'm reminded of my great-grandmother, Annie of South Carolina, and her stories about night doctors that were ultimately retold to me. Though she was born in the 1920s, after fears of grave robbing and body snatching had largely subsided, the legacy of fear remained. Her stories, retold to me as a small child in the 1990s, underscore how the trauma of the past lingers. Epigeneticists tell us that trauma even has the potential to carry forward genetically. Though my family has lived in this county for centuries, I had never heard Stephen's story until now. I can't help but wonder how my ancestors' lives were shaped by his death and how that legacy is carried forward to those of us living today. While I do not have that answer, what I do know is this: they survived. I once again mentioned Rosina, my third great-grandmother and Stephen's niece. Living in Washington, D.C. at the time of the lynching, she settled into a home on Massachusetts Avenue with her husband, George. Despite the pain they possibly felt and the fear they likely experienced, they pressed on. They raised children and were active members of St. Cyprian's, an all-Black Catholic community. Their granddaughter, my great-grandmother Evelyn, married Charles, whose family had lived in Upper Marlboro for generations. Due to proximity, it's fair to say that they too were aware of Stephen's lynching in a way that was personal. It is impactful that these two branches of my family ultimately connect, not just through blood and marriage, but possibly through the shared impact of trauma and the resilience that followed. Their strength and determination in the face of adversity are the reasons I stand here today, speaking before you in remembrance of Stephen and his story. I was hesitant to come here today because I wasn't sure that I had anything meaningful to add to this conversation. When I did decide to come, it was without the intent to speak. But standing here now, I'm thankful for this opportunity and for the creation of such an important space. Thank all of you so much for the work that is being done. I would like to end this by saying that truth and reconciliation are ongoing processes and not moments in time. They require deliberate efforts to mend broken relationships, foster understanding, and build trust where divisions exist. We must be honest and accountable, and we must have the courage to confront painful histories. Today, we remember Stephen and countless other men, women, and children that were victims of racial terror. They were mothers, they were fathers, children, aunts, uncles, brothers, sisters, and friends. But most of all, they were human. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Queen, for your testimony. At this time, I would like to acknowledge two other descendants of Stephen Williams. We are not sure if they were able to join us at this moment, but I do want to acknowledge the lineage that they carry. Ms. Melissa Sharp. Just want to make sure. Okay. And Mr. Larry Butler. So to them, we thank them for their acknowledgement of this lineage. We welcome them to share their testimony when the time and the space is right. As we mentioned, this is an ongoing process. This is not the only moment where their truths can be shared and acknowledged. So to the Prince George's County Lynching Memorial Project, please let them know that we miss them in this space, that we still welcome their truth if they so choose, and we will make sure that it is honored among the history of this commission. So again, to Ms. Melissa Sharp and to Mr. Larry Butler, we thank you. We thank you. We thank you. At this time, I would like to recognize Blair Bowie, who is a descendant of an enslaving family in Prince George's County and is today a voting rights attorney. Thank you for being here.
Thank you all for being here today. I thank the Commission for inviting me to testify today. It is an honor to be here with you all, which is ironic because the reason I am here is a source of great shame and regret. My name is Blair Bowie, and I am a descendant of a family that for centuries systematically stole land, labor, liberty, and lives from other human beings in Prince George's County. I first came to the Prince George's County Lynching Memorial Project after visiting the Equal Justice Initiative's National Memorial to Peace and Justice and the Legacy Museum in Montgomery, Alabama, which seeks to make explicit the direct connections between slavery and our present-day America. I was familiar with this connection on a political, professional, and academic level, but I was called home on a personal level by a sign in the Legacy Museum. One section showed sets of classified advertisements from the mid-19th century. Within the handful, I saw an ad offering a $200 reward for the return of a man who ran away from his, quote, owner in Upper Marlboro. And in this small museum wall, I saw my family name. The ad was posted by W.D. Bowie in 1853. Who was W.D. Bowie? What was my family's role in upholding white supremacy in Prince George's County? I knew little, except vaguely that they had been enslavers. What was my family's role in the racial terror lynchings that happened here? I was being called to do my work at home, to examine my own history, and become engaged in the community my family had impacted. I've combed through our old family books looking for answers, but there are not many specifics to be found. The books barely even mention slavery except to recount wills purporting to pass ownership of human beings like they were sets of silverware. There is hardly much mention of labor at all. The histories focus on real estate holdings, pastimes like horse racing, and political pursuits. They profited and lived well on the backs of invisible and ignored labor. I can't help but think of the ignored and abused laborers today: migrant farm workers, undocumented immigrants, gig economy workers with no benefits, Amazon drivers going to the bathroom in buckets, disproportionately people of color, all for the convenience and cheap materialism of others, disproportionately white people. Likewise, in my research for the Prince George's County Lynching Memorial Project, I have not yet seen mention of anyone in my family. This does not surprise me. The privileged and the wealthy have other people to do their dirty work for them. They don't need to join the mob as long as they uphold and spread the lies that motivate it to attack. I think about the white supremacist mobs who stormed the Capitol and their unaccountable instigators. I may never learn the specifics of if and how my ancestors were involved with these particular incidents of racial terror, and while I want to know and will try to find out as much as I can, I do not necessarily need to know the specifics to understand their role in the systems that created the conditions for these heinous acts, or how these conditions persist today. And I don't need to know the specifics of who they hurt and how to find the means to engage in reconciliation and reparations at both a personal and political level. While my dusty family books provided few answers, working with the Prince George's County Lynching Memorial Project to document the life and lynching of Thomas Jerx allowed me to look for ways forward in fellowship with community. I recall our group visiting the places where Thomas Jerx lived and worked. When we stood in Old Piscataway town, we acknowledged the namesake Piscataway people whose land was violently stolen. John Bowie Sr., the progenitor of my family name, came here from Scotland because he inherited land and enslaved people from his uncle in 1705. That land and those lives never belonged to his uncle and were never his to give. We visited Thomas Jerx's home on the land of a white man where he likely worked as a sharecropper. We reflected on how slavery was still in place in Maryland 2 years after the Emancipation Proclamation, as historian Jackson reminded us. Prince George's County voted overwhelmingly against the 1864 Maryland Constitution because it abolished slavery. Odin Bowie, my distant cousin, for whom Bowie and Odenton are named, fervently advocated against its passage. He also fought against the ratification of the 14th and 15th Amendments, which guaranteed equal protection under the law and the right to vote regardless of race. This makes sense. Odin Bowie was one of the state's largest slaveholders. He did, however, lead the push to restore voting rights to Marylanders who had fought with the Confederacy, and then he rode that vote to victory in the governor's race. By the way, Odin Bowie was the son of William Duckett Bowie, the man who placed the classified ad that I saw in Montgomery. Our group learned that Thomas Jerx moved to Piscataway to work on a farm that only a few years earlier had enslaved people doing the same labor. We reflected on how slavery has evolved and continued in this country. Orphaned Black children were effectively held in slavery through apprenticeships in Maryland until 1867. Federal land grants to Black families were rescinded and banks denied them credit, forcing them to work as sharecroppers for the same people who had enslaved them. Involuntary servitude continued due to a loophole in the 13th Amendment. At the same time, the legal system was designed to imprison people for, quote, crimes like loitering or having a job without their former plantation master's permission. We talked about how people incarcerated at Angola prison in Louisiana still pick cotton today. How people incarcerated in California are fighting massive wildfires. How prison labor is still a multi-billion-dollar industry. In this climate, we ask what Maryland can do to shrink incarceration and expand opportunity. At the site of Thomas Jerx's home, our group discussed how Mr. Jerx was arrested for allegedly assaulting a white woman, how protecting the supposed sexual purity of white femininity was the most common pretext for racial terror lynchings. As explained by the Equal Justice Initiative, for decades before emancipation, the strongest and most fervent arguments against abolishing slavery claimed that freeing Black people would leave white women vulnerable to Black men's alleged sexual aggression and result in rampant race mixing and a collapse of civilization. Purportedly committed to protecting white women and preventing interracial sex, this violence was steeped in hypocrisy. Before and after emancipation, the same communities that lynched Black men for mere allegations of impoliteness or insults towards white women ignored and excused white men's blatant sexual attacks against Black women and girls. I reflect on how today politicians who are themselves known rapists and abusers invent imaginary threats to white womanhood as a pretext for attacking and endangering immigrants, trans people, and other marginalized people. Still at the location of the home of the Jerx family, our group discussed how after being arrested, the constable took Thomas Jerx to his house, supposedly to say goodbye to his family. It was there that he was kidnapped by the mob. We asked how much resistance the constable put up when turning Mr. Jerx over to the posse, and if Mr. Jerx would have really asked to be brought home where his children and his wife might see him be taken. We reflect on the role of police and the criminal legal system in racial terror. In response to the rise of racial terror killings, Congress passed enforcement acts in 1870 and 1871, which empowered the federal government to prosecute civil rights violations and authorized individuals to seek redress in federal court. But in 1876, the Supreme Court ruled them back, finding that the enforcement acts could not be used against, quote, private actors, and dismissing the convictions of 3 members of a 300-person mob, which on Easter Sunday in 1873 in Colfax, Louisiana, massacred 150 Black people peacefully challenging fraudulent election results. Where is the line between private actors and state action when both police and vigilantes alike murder Black people to uphold white supremacy? It seems likely that the constable who had Mr. Jerx in his custody turned him over to the lynch mob willingly. It was common for law enforcement officials to put up a phony resistance to lynch mobs. Countless Black people have been killed by police, off-duty police, and pseudo-police vigilantes, from Trayvon Martin to Ahmaud Arbery to Botham Jean. The last, quote, legal public execution in the United States was supposedly in 1936, yet George Floyd and Michael Brown were publicly executed by police. We ask, why does it matter if a killing is perpetrated by private individuals or state actors? Where even is the line between the two? Is an execution less traumatizing to a community if it's carried out on the orders of a judge? What would it have meant to Mr. Jerx's family if he had been taken to Upper Marlboro to stand trial in front of an all-white jury that consisted of the same people who were in the lynch mob, then convicted and hanged at the courthouse? We ask what Maryland can do to root out white supremacy when it is inherent in every part of the criminal legal system. Our group moved on to the former site of the Freedmen's Bureau School in the Chapel Hill community. During slavery, white people denied Black people access to education because Black knowledge was a threat to white racial dominance. After emancipation, education and literacy became an important symbol of freedom and a tool in the struggle to realize it. With support from Reconstruction governments and fundraising in local communities, the Freedmen's Bureau built hundreds of schools around the South for Black children. The first Black colleges were also founded during Reconstruction, including Bowie State University. Because Black education was such an important symbol of freedom and directly undermined myths of an intellectual inferiority that were crucial to the systems of white supremacy, schools became a prominent target of violence. Many Freedmen's Bureau schools were burned to the ground. Based on what we know, it seems fair to guess that at least some of Thomas Jerx's 6 children attended the Freedmen's Bureau School in Chapel Hill. It also seems fair to assume that the lynching was in part motivated by the presence of the school and that Jerx's body was buried or placed on display near the school. Through our research, our group also learned that in 1869, the year of the lynching, parents abruptly and without specific explanation withdrew their children from the Freedmen's Bureau School, plummeting enrollment. For at least a time, school fees, 50 cents, could no longer be collected from the local community. It is fair to presume that the drop in enrollment was a result, and indeed an intended result, of the lynching. Major inequalities in education opportunities and funding persist. The negative economic outcomes of unequal educational opportunities ripple throughout children's lives. Historically, Black colleges and universities have been denied funding for decades. Over the past century, Maryland has failed to meet its legal obligation to match the federal land grant funding of its four public Black colleges by at least $2.73 billion. We wonder how Thomas Jerx's children's education were impacted by the lynching, and what about the other children who dropped out of the school? In addition to the trauma of the lynching, how might the interruption in their education have impacted their futures? What does Maryland owe their descendants? When will Maryland make good on its debt to Black colleges and universities? Our group moved on to the Chapel Hill Historic Marker. We learned that despite the hit to the Freedmen's Bureau schools, the white supremacist violence and menacing did not stop Chapel Hill's growth and prosperity. The Black farming community continued to grow as a collection of tight-knit families centered around 2 Methodist churches. During the first few years of Reconstruction, Black political power grew astronomically. Unfortunately, this was followed by a brutal, violent backlash, both by mobs and through the legal system. Many of the 34 mass lynchings perpetrated during Reconstruction were driven by rage over the success of Black political power and intended to squash out participation. To the extent that federal authorities were willing to protect Black voters, organizers, and officials from these attacks, the tools they had available were blunted by a series of Supreme Court decisions. Without protection from the federal government, Black voting power was effectively stomped out in the South through the threat of violence and Jim Crow laws like felony disenfranchisement. It was not until the victories of the civil rights movement that Black voting rates began to recover. Yet we are once again in a period of backlash against Black political power. After Barack Obama was elected president, 24 states quickly imposed strict voter ID laws, thinly veiled efforts to suppress those voters who turned out to elect him. The Supreme Court continues to chip away at the Voting Rights Act. Congress is now considering the, quote, SAVE Act, which will disenfranchise naturalized citizens, poor and elderly people. The Department of Justice's Civil Rights Division has been instructed to cease all new cases and settlements. We ask what Maryland can do to shore up its own laws and constitution to protect political equality and voters of color against this attack. But there is also more to do to move the needle forward. As we know, Maryland just sent its first ever Black woman to the Senate, but it is only the 4th state to have ever done this in the nearly 250 years of this country. How can we expand the franchise and increase voter participation? Finally, our group reaches our last stop, the center of the Chapel Hill community, which would become the site of the soil collection in remembrance of Mr. Jerx. We reflect on what it means to tell the story of the racial terror that happened here. While the government of Maryland and Prince George's County's formal efforts at truth and reconciliation are still young, we recognize that Black communities have been telling the stories of racial terror for centuries. In 1890, Ida B. Wells published Southern Horrors, Lynch Law in All Its Phases, risking her life over and over to honor the victims of lynching and shed light on the practices of racial terror. Black journalists, organizers, historians, and community leaders have long been presenting lynching narratives so as to heal the community, tell the truth, and inspire action. We ask how our truth-telling can also lead to reparation, reconciliation, and justice. For my part, retracing the steps of Thomas Jerx has provided me an opportunity to reflect on these questions with others, to examine my family's legacy as a series of real events involving real people with real impacts that echo today. This allows me to think tangibly about what I can do to atone and to individually to organize private reparations. I'm only at the start of that journey. And so is Maryland. We're still in the process of our truth, reparation, and reconciliation work, of illuminating and rooting out white supremacy in our political institutions. And we are now about to face the most intense test of our willingness to do this. This federal government wants us to forget the past and recommit to white supremacist violence. We must not. Maryland must go hard in the other direction. We must not allow ICE to use local law enforcement to detain and trade human beings. We must pass bold statewide reparations, systemic, consistent, and meaningful cash investment in Black education, opportunity, and thriving. Maryland should defund criminal legal institutions built on the legacy of slavery and control of Black labor, and instead reallocate that money to fulfill its legal debt to HBCUs. We should protect and expand the right to vote by abolishing felony disenfranchisement. We must resist the pull backwards and instead march forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bowie, for your testimony. At this time, I would like to recognize Dora Davis Proctor descendant of a longtime African-American family in Chapel Hill, and president of the Chapel Hill Citizens Association. We will be hearing her testimony via video testimony, which was from the April 2023 Community Remembrance event for Thomas Jerx.
Good afternoon. I'm Dora Davis Proctor, here today because of my community, Chapel Hill, Maryland. I regret that most of you would never have heard of Chapel Hill if it wasn't for this lynching's notoriety. But here's a little history and background. After slavery, our families lived and worked as tenant farmers on local white-owned farms. Thomas Jerx was one of them. They lived on those farms until land became available for black people to purchase, and that's how our community was established. Now, Chapel Hill is small. They told me when I was a kid, and I asked why we weren't on the map, that Chapel Hill was so small the words would take up too much space. But it became a vibrant, self-sustaining community of homeowners and landowners. Everyone knew and looked out for each other like one large extended family. Thomas Jerx would have been a member of that family had he lived. But in the years around and after Mr. Jerx's lynching, our community grew to have its own school, churches, businesses such as grocery stores, restaurants, and entertainment venues. They had a gas station, a Masonic lodge, a Green Book type lodging facility that today might be called the bed and breakfast. But their guests included folks like Harry Belafonte and Pearl Bailey and other popular blacks who could not get meals and accommodations in white-owned establishments. There were ball fields and baseball and softball teams. They had festivals and parades. Chapel Hill produced military officers up to the rank of colonels, veterans of all U.S. wars and conflicts since World War I, and they had many enlisted military members, too many to count. One of our family members was one of the first 3 black men to enlist into the U.S. Marine Corps, and we had at least 2 military fighter jet pilots. We produced school teachers and county school administrators, a NASA mechanic who assembled spacecrafts, accountants and bankers, many federal, state, and local government employees and managers, nurses, barbers and beauticians, skilled builders, craftsmen, and mechanics. 2 of our residents even built an airplane, but they could never get it to fly. Folks were farmers and numerous entrepreneurs. Records indicate that the white lynch mob did what they did to discourage and frighten the black people. The joy the mob might have experienced the day of the lynching was later overcome by the endurance and the successes of the Chapel Hill community. I heard it said, that success is the best revenge. I am involved with this project because, but by the grace of God, this story could be about any one of our ancestors. Yes, they killed Thomas Jerx, but they did not kill the spirit of the Chapel Hill family. It just did not work.
Thank you, Ms. Proctor, for that testimony. So at this time, we are at our intermission. So we are actually running a little ahead of time, which doesn't happen a lot. So we're going to take the blessing in this. If I may make an executive order or executive action, a good one. You'll like this one. Instead of 20 minutes, I'm going to give you 30. How about that? But you got to come back. Don't leave. But take this time to connect, take this time to refresh. Again, we have Living and Growing. If you need to process, please take the space and time to process. It is okay. Get some refreshments, get some air. We will come back in approximately 30 minutes and we will continue with our expert witness testimony. Thank you all for your presence so far.
I'll acknowledge that when we come back. I was in and out of the meeting yesterday. I'm not.
Yeah. No, I appreciate it.
And the mic is on right now, so you go watch it.
Okay.
And then this
will I see the slides on this? Is there do I just advance by here or somebody told me to get a clicker, but I don't know who to.
He handed Artura the clicker when she came up and did her presentation.
Oh, okay, so I'll just wait. I won't panic. Yeah, I'm panicking
I
up.
saw Artura looking to the.
And that's why see, I'm hoping it shows up
and I
here.
can make sure that you're talking into the mic. Some people were over here, and I could tell that they were messing to try and catch the
Okay.
volume. So, and you can raise and lower this, or just signal and like.
Okay.
I can pop up, or Lindsay can pop up.
It was such good testimony.
It was.
All right, greetings, everyone. Hope this was a fruitful break. If you can start to make your way back to your seats, we will get started with the next portion of our hearing. Thank you. All right, thank you all. We'll get started in a couple more minutes, just waiting for one more commissioner, and then we'll go ahead and get started. Thank you. Yeah, I just called out. All right, so we will go ahead and get started. Thank you all for coming back. Again, I hope the break was meaningful and replenishing. So as we continue with this hearing, it is always important to give acknowledgement and appreciation. They are existential to our health. And so I want to acknowledge the work of the Prince George's County Lynching Memorial Project, their support. They're helping to craft this hearing in a way that is honoring of the lives that we are here to talk about. So thank you to the Prince George's County Lynching Memorial Project, as well as the work of the Prince George's African American Historical and Genealogical Society. So as I've mentioned, with any of this work, we did not start from square one. We are honored to build upon the work of organizations, of individual historians, genealogists, those who have sought the truth of this history. So we take this time to honor your commitment and to say thank you for being a part of this journey and allowing us to be a part of it with you. I also want to acknowledge, as this was raised previously in the hearing, the killing of Lieutenant Richard Collins III, who was a student here at Bowie State University. The Maryland Lynching Truth and Reconciliation Commission did attempt to reach out to his father, Rick Collins, to make space for any testimony that he would have liked to share. We did not hear back from Mr. Collins, but nevertheless, as I've said before, this is not the end. We are happy to make space for Mr. Collins to share his story if he so chooses. So do want to acknowledge that and certainly hold up into the light the legacy of Richard Collins III. So thank you for that. So as we move forward with our hearing, I also want to just give a brief timeline on the MLTRC as we move forward. So this is our second to last regional hearing. We will have another one next week on February 1st in Carroll County. And then in about 2 months from that time, in early April, we will have our institutional hearing, which is now expanded not from 1 day, but to 2 days. Oh, it's going to be a time. Because there's so much that we have to talk about, and it's really a hearing that will focus on a lot of the factors and elements that you've heard about so far that allowed for racial terror lynchings to happen in the state of Maryland. It is our opportunity as a commission to bring representatives of those sectors together to bear witness to this history, to acknowledge it, and to talk about what they will do on camera to deal with the legacy that they participated in. And so more information to come on that institutional hearing. It will be at the Reginald F. Lewis Museum in Baltimore City. Go Baltimore. I can't, I'm sorry, I'm a Baltimore guy, I can't help it. And we encourage you all to attend. Again, if you want to understand the totality of this history as it accounts for the entire state, that is certainly a hearing where we will go into a lot of intricacies and a lot of context around this legacy of racial terror lynchings. The final report for the MLTRC is due in December of this year. And for the first half of 2026 until our sunset on June 30th, 2026, we will be focusing on our advocacy. We want to take the work that we have done over the past almost 6 years, yeah, we've been at this that long, 6 years, and to tell the story about how this history, how this knowledge and wisdom can be converted and should be converted into tangible action. And that is grounded in the recommendations and the insight that has been given to us by the people. We do not want to speak for the people. We want to amplify the words and the wisdom of the people and to give that to those who have the power to make the change, which starts with us. So thank you all, and continue to join us on this journey. So now we will begin our expert witness testimony period of the hearing. And at this time, I would like to recognize Dr. Lula Beatty. Dr. Beatty is one of 4 co-leaders of the Prince George's County Lynching Memorial Project and serves on the board of the Maryland Lynching Memorial Project. Dr. Beatty has served as the Senior Director of the American Psychological Association's Health Disparities Office and was the founding director of the Special Populations Office at the National Institute on Drug Abuse, NIDA, at the National Institutes of Health, NIH. Thank you, Dr. Beatty, for being here.
Thank you. I guess if I were still working, I would be on leave. I think I would have been one of those. You didn't want to say that, right? I would have been on leave. I am grateful. I'm grateful to be here with you today on this journey that we're taking together to take action, to remedy those harms done to us, and to come up with ways to correct them, and to build a better life, place for our children. I didn't think I would ever see a day like this. I'm a grandmother now. I was brought up on a tobacco farm in North Carolina. I moved to Prince George's County in the early 70s. So I am amazed by changes I've seen in recent years and just looking that we can keep on that course. Okay, so I am here to talk about intergenerational trauma. Arturo talked about it a little bit earlier, and I'm not going to talk a whole lot about it. I'm going to introduce it to you. Originally, Dr. Gail Christopher, who is the Executive Director of the National Collaborative for Health Equity and a resident of Fort Washington, was scheduled to speak with you on this topic. But life happens, and she wasn't able to make it. So I'm her stand-in. And so give me some grace today because I'm really going for things that I know a lot about, but haven't prepared as well as I would like for this kind of a setting. Okay. Gail wants you to know how supportive she is of the work of the Commission and all that all of us here are doing in this area. It mirrors and tracks her lifelong work in addressing racism and health equity. She also shared some of her slides for the work that she's doing, and I'm grateful for them, and I will try to do justice to them. But in sharing those slides, we want to focus on not just the trauma, but how to move forward with ideas and positive messages that this thing can be attacked. It takes a long time to change, and we're on a long journey, and we have to keep our spirits up to continue to be on that long journey and not to retreat into a shell over the next 4 years or so. Okay. So I dare say that everyone in the room with me today has probably been affected by trauma in one form or another. Most of us are familiar with the term intergenerational trauma. It gets used a lot. Well, I want to take a look at some of the definitions and to see if we can all get on the same page of what is really meant by intergenerational trauma within the context of where we are today and what we're talking about today. And a term that Arturo, so a lot of people have said, I've been scratching through, a lot of people have already said things that I'm going to say. And Arturo introduced the term historic. She called it historic, and I'm calling it historical trauma. And I'm going to see if we can, I can't see. Did a slide come up? Okay. Is that it? Okay. My neck is not really long enough to kind of see around that. Okay. if you could see, I put some definitions. I'm a psychologist by training, so I like context-heavy definitions. I like us to be all on the same page of what we're talking about. And I want you to look, and I've highlighted and read some things that stood out for me. There's a whole lot of research that's done on trauma. A lot of race-based trauma talks about pain and how uncontrollable it is. We have one of my favorites, Wade Nobles, who does work on African psychology, talks about psychic terrorism, and where people are a form that's used to try to diminish you and to make you believe that you have no possibility and potential, to get that drummed out of you. And then we have a term, Braveheart, because a lot of this work on intergenerational trauma is done by indigenous people and what was done to them. And so that intergenerational trauma, historical trauma, and transgenerational trauma are sometimes used interchangeably. But I like the word historical trauma. It refers to the legacy of psychological, physical, and social impacts from a collective trauma experienced by a marginalized group. Now, the other reason that I really prefer that term is that I like looking at TV shows where they do all of this, healing, in 40 minutes. You can get healed in 40 minutes. But they talk about intergenerational trauma, and the emphasis often gets put on the family and the individual. And we start thinking that they are the cause of that trauma that they're experiencing. And so if we turn that around and call it historical, it makes it easier for us to really focus on what the root cause is, rather than how people are reacting to what they experienced. And I don't want us to make that mistake as we're going forward, and I don't think we will with the commission we have here and the testimony that I've heard before. So I like to use the word of historical trauma, and as we're moving forward with that. The other thing I wanted to do is think about this in terms of lynching. Over 300 years of slavery and Jim Crow laws, over 6,500 people who we know have been lynched, most of them were Black people, the 38 that were lynched in Maryland, and Misters Jerx, Scott, Green, and Williams, who were lynched in our county, are examples of collective trauma and adverse experiences experienced by Black people in America. That is kind of undeniable, and it didn't have to, and we don't really kind of know about it, as we've heard before. People didn't talk about it. Other groups were affected as well, Mexicans, indigenous people. There were some Black women who were experienced by that, who experienced that kind of trauma. So we want to keep that frame in mind. Now, one of the other things that happens with that is when we have historical trauma, there are a lot of people who have started talking about power and control. And we've kind of talked about it a little bit in some earlier testimony. And there is a power and control wheel that describes that kind of trauma. I don't have the wheel because it's busier to see, but I put out the 8 categories that some researchers have used to summarize that. I'm gonna see if I can make that come up. Did that come up? Okay. And I'm not gonna go through all of what happens with that power and control, but I think it really speaks a lot to what we want to do, and what this commission is wanting to do is to attack all of those categories of power and control and reverse it and make it work for us. That's where there's change is going to come. So the first one you see is physical violence. I think all of us know that lynchings enslavement fits under that category. And then we have sexual violence. We talked about in the stories that a lot of the reasons given for the lynchings were assaults against white women. But in this instance, think about sexual violence and the assaults that were given against women of color. Total women of color. And you can look around and see evidence of that. Evidence of that is everywhere. And then we have systematic resource denial, economic abuse, appropriation of cultural resources, traditions, and knowledge, spiritual abuse, race socialization via cultural abuse, and psychological abuse. And so, as I said, I'm not going to give descriptors for each category. You've heard some of them already, but I want to point out a few of them that resonated with me and are relevant to our conversation today. One of them is racialized police practices, which fits under physical violence. Land ownership and freedom and rights via mass incarceration on systematic resource denial. I belong to a family that one of those black farmers who was denied a lot of resources. I still live my family land in North Carolina, where I can see and look around me of people who have lost land, that got no help when help was available to other farmers. So those are things that are systematic issues that we are still dealing with. The incarceration, and then the one that I'm going to really focus just a comment on, because I can't leave it alone, being a psychologist, is under psychological abuse. And there are many ways that psychological abuse exists, but the one thing that you hear a lot is expecting people to just get over it. You know, just get over it. That was in the past. Why does it matter? Why do you have a commission? Why do you have a Lynching Memorial Project? That lynching was 100 years ago. And so this idea that we can't just get over it, we're going to have to do something about it. And that's why I was saying I'm grateful to be here among people who are still working to do something about it. Okay. Now, these assaults and traumas have taken a great toll on the physical and mental health or function of Black people in myriad ways. We might see depression and helplessness, post-traumatic slavery syndrome, anxiety, worry, anger, rage, and hypervigilance. And I'm guilty of hypervigilance, where I'm always looking. You know, it's like when they have the poker player, they said you always face the door. So we grew up in an era where I am looking around. I want to be safe, and I want my family to be safe. And stress happens. And so what happens is that, I'm going to give you one example. After the 2016 election, Black people reported higher stress levels and lower feelings of well-being. And interestingly, there were more preterm births in Black women. So these levels of stress can really affect you in all manner. I purposefully did not look up to see what the stress levels are now. Okay, I know what my body is telling me, but but we have to be careful of that, and we're knowing that these levels exist within us and that we have to deal with it. I had a lot of slides that I'm not showing to talk about all of the ways that we are affected psychologically and physically by stress. But I don't want to do that because I think most of us know those already. But what I want to talk about is some common responses I'm going to talk about common responses to stress, but then how we survive and the resilience that we have towards stress. And I think that we've heard that already too. And then we'll kind of move on to some things that were shared by Gail. So some common responses to stress. And did that change? Go backwards? I don't know how to go backwards. Okay. Oh, and I like that phrase. I'm glad I said it like that. What is that song? Okay. Which one is that? Okay. All right. So we're talking about, I can't really see it, but I want to, some common responses to stress are flight, fight, freeze, and then we've added on a couple of new ones that I want to talk about, fawn and flop. Okay, and I want you to think for a moment, what would you have done in the 1800s or 1930s if your brother, father, son, mother, friend was lynched, tortured, and left for you to see? How many options were available to you? What options were available to you that would keep your family safe and alive for another day? Now, you may have heard that our researchers had a difficult time in finding descendants for the men lynched in our county. Communities where those lynchings occurred, those members often didn't have stories or memories of the event. You heard from Dora that they didn't know about it, and she's very active in the community. Law enforcement was often complicit, as we've heard, so there was no expectation of help from the justice system. Families directly affected may have moved from the area, which makes sense to me. Migration was a common strategy that Black people used to escape from terrorism when no other recourses were available. Think of the 60% or more of Black people who migrated from the South. The majority left, the biggest internal country migration, I believe, ever. So leaving is one way of doing it, and we had trouble, and thank goodness we were able to find some descendants, and we're really appreciative of the descendants that showed up today. The other strategy is silence. Remain quiet and not pass on that history, again, as a form, perhaps of protection, perhaps a form of inoculating yourself and your children against what was happening over which we did not have control. But despite these historical traumas, Black people have been resilient. They were resilient then. And I'm hesitant to use those trauma responses, those stress responses, and to evaluate the best or the most courageous way to do things. I don't know. So that to be silent may be a way of fighting. And we can't easily take our judgments now of what those words mean then. So Black people have been resilient. They've learned to build strong communities and families against tremendous odds. A slide that I'm not going to show you too, but I want to say it, is that despite all of these challenges and stressors, for the most part, we don't have any greater mental health problems than any other group in this country. We just are stressed and resilient, you know. We know how to be resilient under stress. It comes at a cost to our health sometimes, but we continue with that. During times of enslavement, I should skip over this, I think Arturo covered this. Half this county was Black or enslaved. After slavery was abolished, the number of Blacks in the county declined significantly due to housing restrictions and other tactics and messages that said we weren't wanted here. But there were families in Black communities that have always been here, surviving and thriving and struggling. Now the county's Black population is over 60%. Many are highly educated, we're affluent, and we hold key political and leadership positions. And believe me, that's something I could have hardly imagined when I was growing up. So how do we heal the traumas that have divided us? How do we prevent it from continuing? There are two broad categories of remedies. One focuses on the individual or family, and this seems to get more attention. Did another slide? Is it my fix-it slide? Remedies, okay. This seems to get more attention. When we see people anxious, sick, distraught, we want to comfort them, empower them, make them better, able to cope with life. This is needed, but it can perpetuate a deficit model or the way that we think about those people who can't seem to kind of get it together in our way of looking at it at that time. So we spend so much time focusing on fixing the person, fixing me, rather than fixing it. And so the one message I want you to take away from this is the other reason I'm grateful to be here is that I hope our focus is on fixing it. Fixing it. And as a psychologist, we spend a lot of time working with people. It's needed. We need both, but we need a lot more of fixing it. And I think that that's what this commission and your work will do. Now, I want to share a little bit about Dr. Christopher's work because I think it gives us some important lessons as well. That shows her truth, racial healing, and transformation framework. There are 5 pillars. The first one, the narrative change, the one at the top, I believe gets to the heart of what we need to do to make deep structural and systems changes. And I think that's a lot of what we've been doing here today. We have to change the story. And it's hard to change a story that is told everywhere, every day, over time, that's different from the truth that we experience within our communities. Historical drama is based on the premise that we are not all equal, that we are not all equal human beings, that race is a biological construct predictive of one's worth. And we know that that's a lie. We need to change the hierarchy of how we view and value human life. We must tell the truth as Ida Wells Barnett did, and we must continue to be aware that there is always great resistance to truth, and that we would have to tell the truth if it's painful to us and if it's painful to others. And that's what that narrative work is all about. And I think for me, that's what this commission is all about, is trying to change how people view things. So when I told you that, let's not call it intergenerational, because there's power in those words of historical trauma and how we view and frame things. The other pillars that she had there are important. We have to start with racial healing and relationship building. We always have to work with allies. We have to work on models that don't assume deficits in other groups. We have to move beyond stereotypes, and we have to know that we need collaborations. Her project and their work that they are doing around health equity is focusing on working to reduce separation, to improve how they create and apply the law, and ensure that the economic needs are addressed. And this is the HOPE approach that they use with all of the If you know Dr. Christopher, she talks about love and hope and joy, and then she tells you all about the science and the data that supports everything that they're doing. And so I want us to remember all of that. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the love part later. But the collaborative works and collects its own data so they know exactly what they are addressing and what people are telling them their needs, what their needs are. Okay, and this is another part of their hope strategy that they use. And I think I'm running out of time. This is a map that shows where they are working. They are working with over 250 groups and communities across the country involved in their efforts. They're working with partners including universities and colleges. They're working with others to get racism declared as a public health crisis. Senator Cory Booker and Representative Barbara Lee introduced legislation to create a TRHT commission to work in conjunction with the Reparations Commission. They're working with the American Library Association's Great Stories Club. Reading books together is a good way of telling the truth, especially in this era of banning books, and it helps change perspectives. The Prince George's Lynching Memorial Project hosted a discussion of the book, The Color of Law, which talked about the laws and policies that kept Blacks out of the housing market, exploited them or relegated them to certain residential areas. An attendee, a Black woman, shared that reading the book changed her perspective on her family. She blamed them and their lack of initiative for not owning homes. She said she now understood the intentional barriers that Black people experienced, and now she has a different opinion of her family based on the truth she learned through reading and discussing with others. So your message carries individual by individual, community by community. And I hope that showing that maps all across the country can tell what this commission can do and what we can do in trying to get work done. Now, Dr. Christopher shared this, is that a quote? Shared this quote from Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King. And there are three things that she always emphasizes and that I hope that I emphasize. We need love, we need hope, and we need commitment. We must be grounded in and motivated by love for each other, love for the truth, and love for the possibility of change. Now, as an aside, my mother loved that 1 Corinthians quote on love being the greatest of them all. And she got a little disturbed when my grandfather, who was born in 1896, and I grew up with him, who I'm sure experienced a lot of historical traumas, who deeply believed in love, but he would always tell me, you got to pray and fight, So you have to take some kind of action, and you have to take care of your family, you have to take care of your community, and you have to take care of yourself. So we have to have hope based on knowledge and experience, and we must be committed. We must stay the course, and we must be committed to the expectation that we can make a difference. Because I have been a place of hopelessness for a little while. I tried not to stay there long, but this is the time to not retreat into that shell, that we can have some victories, and that it is a long journey that we're on, but our ancestors went on that journey before us, and they have been trailblazers for us, and that we can change things around with the support of each other. And so I think we have to stop. The only way to really stop this historical trauma, and I believe that I'm in it now, is to look at each other, recognize the common humanity that we share, see each other as people who are deserving of the best and to keep moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Beatty, and much appreciation for your representation of Dr. Christopher as well. Thank you. So as we continue with our expert testimony, we always recognize that it is chock full of so much insight and wisdom and understanding, and we do our best to balance that with our commitment to timeliness, which is certainly a virtue. So I will remind our speakers that our project manager, Ms. Floyd, will be holding up a piece of paper just to kind of let you know where you are with the time that you have to speak. It is not meant to cut you short, just to keep you on track. I understand, because I can be long-winded too. But to make sure that we honor everyone's time, and we thank you all for sticking with us. These hearings are a journey, and we appreciate your commitment as well as your attention. So at this time, I would like to call forth and recognize Reverend Tony Love, who is pastor at St. Paul United Methodist Church in Oxon Hill. Thank you, Reverend. And such an appropriate name. Such an appropriate name. Love it.
Greetings of grace and peace be unto you. Wow. Certainly, I do pastor St. Paul United Methodist Church in Oxon Hill, Maryland. St. Paul is believed to be the oldest African-American house of worship in the American Methodist tradition in Prince George's County. We are 233 years young, and we are proud. In August of 2024, we were honored to host William Gelcher and Pat Neal and Karen Scrivel. And I hope I have not forgotten or admitted a name of the Lynching Memorial Project, Prince George's County. After morning worship, about 60 persons came forth, went into our fellowship hall to listen, to hear about the project, its work, and its accomplishments within the county. Following the conversation, there was good interest in remaining involved and connected to the project. Church members left from the church, from the fellowship hall, with a sense of, we need to tell this story, as well as assist whenever and wherever we can bring about healing and closure. Then, curiously, in November of 2024, St. Paul received the following communication via email. And thank you for your time this afternoon regarding Corporal Lamont J. Brown, U.S. Army, World War I. My name is Angela Holder. I am the great niece of Corporal Jesse Moore, United States Army, World War I, who was hanged with Corporal Brown as a result of the Camp Logan Mutiny, Houston riots of 1917, also known as the Camp Logan Incident of 1917. A year ago today, the United States Army reinstated 110 soldiers of the 3rd Battalion, the 24th Infantry Regiment, to honorable discharge after 105 years. My Uncle Jesse and Corporal Brown were part of a group of 13 soldiers hanged without being allowed to ask for clemency from the first of 3 court-martial trials. 6 more soldiers were hanged in September 1918. Corporal Brown's mother was able to have her son disinterred from his San Antonio burial place and brought to Washington, D.C. It was later noted she was said to have buried him with family. Research listed your church cemetery as a Hatton family burial site, which is why I called. I'm praying this is where he is. But if not, I'm prepared to do more research. After our co-chair, the church's co-chair of History and Records Committee, Ellen Amy, did some research, it was discovered Lamont Brown was interred in St. Paul Church Cemetery on March 20th, 1918. Little did we know of Lamont Brown. His story was unknown to us because his voice had gone silent. While Corporal Brown's lynching did not occur in Prince George's County, his remains reside in the sacred grounds of Prince George's County. And it begs the question, how many other voices are laid in cemeteries and sacred places within our county, within our state, that are now silent? Voices of lynched men and women who testify to the realities of lynchings. Lynching is a horrific act. It is a violent act of terror, which is meant to mute, to silence a voice. To mute and silence a community of voices through fear and intimidation. To mute as well as to silence a particular people in an effort to control them. To hush voices from their story being shared, the story being told, or their story being remembered. The story of Lamont Brown is probably just one of many examples of just how far, if not how long, a voice can be silenced if no one remembers, if no one speaks up. Some reports state that from 1883 to 1941, 4,467 people were murdered by lynching in America. The Black church's response to lynching was one of education and advocacy. The message was to educate Black persons with anti-racist teaching as a means to undermine the stories that gave reasoning to, if not justification, for lynching, and to advocate for anti-Black violence. It was the Black church that played a major role in the fight against lynching. Black pastors rose up and preached against this kind of violence, as well as took to penning articles in their respective faith tradition newspapers denouncing such acts. Close to home here in Washington, D.C., it was Francis Gremke, a Presbyterian pastor, that preached sermons against lynching after a nearby lynching occurred because he affirmed that the church needed to be on the forefront of the efforts to educate people regarding the humanity of Black people. Others in the church took to writing poetry that upheld the African heritage of Black people, like Charles Price Jones of the Church of God, the Holiness Movement in Mississippi. There was I.T. Burgess, a preacher in Putnam County, Florida, that was hanged after being accused of planning to instigate a revolt. And Sutton Griggs, a Black pastor, Baptist pastor in Texas, who wrote novels that were described as thinly veiled political treaties. The truth of the matter is the Black church raised its voice when voices were being silenced. The Black church lifted its voice to dismantle systematic oppression and abuse against Black people. And so today, in the spirit of the Black church, as a Black skilled servant leader in the Black church, I stand before us today to say, I affirm with many other colleagues this commission and its work. The work to continue to empower and embolden and to equip voices to be raised from the past, in the present, and into our future, lest we forget what we could so easily repeat, if not caution to acknowledge the horror of lynching. To affirm this commission must remain committed to educating the public, the society, about the realities of lynching, not as a deed that some would want to dismiss was down south, but here in Prince George's County, here in Maryland. To make known that lynching often found support in local, county, and governmental agencies. And a commission must hold the value, the importance of bringing together the remaining family members of those who are responsible for lynchings and those family members who suffered the loss of a loved one. That coming together must be framed by acts of acknowledgement, truth, and reconciliation so that the hurt and harm can begin to heal. I believe the charge of this commission is to bring forth full knowledge, understanding, and acceptance of truth. Without such, there's little progress. As we began today, I close with the words of James Weldon Johnson from the Negro National Anthem. Lift every voice. lift every voice and sing. The song goes on to say that certainly we sing a song full of faith for what a dark past has taught us. We sing a song full of hope that this present time has brought to us. But together, siblings, we face the rising of a brand new day begun. Let us, through this commission and those who support, march on till victory is won. Thank you for my time. Blessings.
Thank you, Reverend Love. At this time, I would like to recognize Dr. Katina Gomez, who serves as Deputy Chief of the Bureau of Homeland Security for the Prince George's County Police Department. And Deputy Chief Gomez is presenting her testimony via video. Thank you.
Police Department's Bureau of Homeland Security, representing the Chief of Police, Malik Aziz, and the men and women of Prince George's County Police Department. Today, I stand before you not only as a representative of our police department, but as a proud African-American woman charged with protecting every member of our beautifully diverse county. I am a testament to what can happen when determination meets the commitment for change. When we, the people, decide as a community to face our past, learn from it, and move forward together, no matter your race, religion, or ethnic background, we all move forward together as one village. For far too long, policing has stood at a crossroads defined by racial bias and inequity, which has caused significant gaps between officers and the residents we serve. Citizens have felt violated, marginalized, profiled, judged, and unfairly treated. It was a long time coming, but I know change has come. Today, our police department reflects a new vision, one that puts diversity, equity, and inclusion first. We are 21st century policing in action. The Prince George's County Police Department has launched comprehensive mandatory diversity trainings, such as annual ethics training, annual active bystandership for law enforcement, ABLE, which includes the duty to intervene, and annual implicit bias training for officers. Newly recruited officers must fulfill 2 days of implicit bias training. The first day is with local professors who teach about the history of Prince George's County, going back to slavery, and how biases may affect an officer's judgment. The second day is spent at the National Museum of African American History and Culture in Washington, D.C. For our 2025 annual in-service, our Training and Education Division has included courses on hate and bias, cultural and gender diversity, victim rights, and anti-discrimination. These programs and trainings were implemented not only to educate our officers, but also to foster empathy and understanding for all citizens, no matter background, race, creed, or religion. These trainings have assisted in identifying uncomfortable truths and have also fostered a culture of accountability and transparency. Today, effective policing must be rooted in trust, procedural justice, accountability, responsibility, transparency, and a partnership embracing commonalities. We did this by establishing a unit to investigate hate and bias incidents in the county. We also created the Community First Division, who are constantly in the community having constant dialogue at various community events such as summer camps, holiday toy and food giveaways, and a plethora of other events. We also have community-oriented policing, our COPS officers, whose primary assignment is interacting with the citizens of Prince George's County. We participate in town hall meetings. We have a Citizens Police Academy that gives our residents an opportunity to learn the inner workings of the department, as well as a robust Chiefs Advisory Council made up of our residents countywide that voice their concerns, make recommendations, and provide support to our officers and department. I want to be clear, our work is far from over. We all must remain vigilant and proactive. If you see something, say something. Your insights and collaboration are strategic as we strive to be the first to serve and for you to be Prince George's proud of your Prince George's County Police Department. Let us remember that our strength lies in unity with our faith leaders, residents, and businesses that we serve. This is a new day for our police department and a new chapter for police and community partnerships. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Chief Gomez. And to the people of Prince George's County, y'all heard that, right? All right, hold them accountable. So now at this time, I would like to recognize Crystal Carpenter. Ms. Carpenter, who serves as one of the 4 co-leaders of the Prince George's County Lynching Memorial Project, is the Chief Program and Strategy Officer for the Campaign for the Fair Sentencing of Youth. Thank you, Ms. Carpenter.
Good afternoon. So much like Dr. Beatty, I have no remarks left after going behind all those amazing speakers today. So I will be changing a few things that I had planned to say today and making this more of a call to action to folks that's in this room. I want to thank the Commission for the work that they do. It's invaluable to this county and to the state overall, and we just want to say thank you for the partnership that you have given the Prince George's County Lynching Memorial Project over the past few months and the past several years in these efforts. So give me grace, too. So I have the honor of serving as one of 3 co-chairs of the Prince George's County Lynching Memorial Project, commonly referred to by a shorter name of PGLMP. In 2019, our coalition was formally established. Though the essence and passion behind our work have been alive for much longer. I serve as one of 3 co-chairs alongside Reverend Diane Teichert, Christina Tucker, and we have co-secretaries Dr. Lula Beatty and Katie Puyezi. But beyond us, our efforts are supported by a dedicated steering committee and various teams and committees that drive our daily operations and activities. We are all volunteers. I want anyone that has came to a Prince George's County Lynching Memorial Project meeting, have came to an event, please stand up. I'm gonna start calling people out. Thank you all. Our mission is to educate the public about the enduring legacy of slavery in our nation and its impact on both those who were enslaved and their descendants, to memorialize victims of racial terror lynchings in our county, and to advance racial justice and reconciliation through mutual support and collaboration. Over the past 6 years, we have hosted annual book discussions, led essay and creative arts contests, held a remembrance ceremony in honor of Thomas Jerx, organized monthly meetings, conducted extensive research, and hosted numerous webinars, and worked tirelessly in service of this mission. I want to be vulnerable and transparent in this moment. Sometimes, at events such as this, or when we're honoring the lives of the amazing folks that we came here to honor, Thomas Jerx, John Henry Scott, Michael Green, and Stephen Williams, it's much like an internal conflict for me. There's a level of somberness and mourning in the moment that I sometimes find myself trying to reconcile with the feelings of celebration of their life and their legacy, and the impact of the legacy of those that have lost their lives. An internal conflict in wanting to celebrate all the accomplishments that we've made through the Prince George's County Lynching Memorial Project, but also recognizing that we have so much work to do, and complacency is not an option. So bear with me as I balance that conflict with the rest of my remarks today. Many of the speakers spoke of mass incarceration. For those that have read the book Just Mercy or watched the movie starring Jamie Foxx and Michael B. Jordan, you get a snapshot of where Bryan Stevenson's fight began. In 2019, when I had the pleasure of being part of the launching of the Prince George's County Memorial Project, I also had the unique distinction in this organization of working for a nonprofit organization that was founded by Bryan Stevenson. The campaign for the fair sentencing of youth started in 2009 as part of Bryan Stevenson's vision to end juvenile life without parole and other extreme sentences for children. You see, while we work to confront our past, we have to expand our peripheral vision to see how it connects to modern day. In his work, Bryan Stevenson defines modern-day lynching as a metaphor for ongoing racial violence, discrimination, and injustice that persists in various forms today. While the physical act of lynching, publicly hanging or killing Black individuals in the past, may no longer be widespread, you heard today from many speakers that modern-day forms of racial violence and disenfranchisement continue to perpetuate the same dehumanizing effects. The mass incarceration of Black Americans and other people of color, particularly through over-policing and disproportionate sentencing of minor offenses, is often described as a modern form of racial control that echoes the brutal history of lynching. I also should have started saying that I am a member of First Baptist Church of Glenarden. First Baptist Church of Glenarden, I have a pastor called John K. Jenkins, who I think is one of the most amazing pastors in the county. Pastor Jenkins, if you ever went to a sermon of his, our sermons usually last about an hour. And a few weeks ago, at the end of the sermon, Pastor Jenkins stopped because as he did a call to the altar at the end, which is typically happens at the end of the service, he stopped in the middle of the call to altar because people started walking out. See, they came to the conclusion that that's the end of the service, so they feel like they can hurry up and go to the parking lot and leave and get a head start and beat the traffic. Pastor Jenkins stopped midway. He stated, "This is the most disrespectful thing that someone can do, because that's the most important part of the service." The purpose of, if you go to a Christian church, the purpose of any Christian church, Baptist church, is to make sure you bring people to Christ. So if you're calling people to the altar to save them, that is the most important part of the service. And I just want to say to those in the audience that this is the most important part of this work. It's not, we're going to hear the stories, we'll talk about the lynchings, but the work has to continue. So how we continue the work is the most important part. At the end of 2023, 72.4% of Maryland prison population was Black. Although Black people as a whole make up less than 1/3 of the overall population. The primary drivers of the population was coming from Prince George's County and Baltimore City. And make no mistake about it, it is not that Black people are committing more crimes. It is the presumption of dangerousness and guilt that lingers as a deeply ingrained bias in American society, particularly against Black people and other people of color. This presumption is a legacy of slavery and systemic racism that continues to shape the criminal justice system and public perception. In 2021, I had the pleasure and the honor of being able to lead efforts to end juvenile life without parole in the state of Maryland, that for which we were very successful. And then back to balancing the internal conflict. Last year, our state legislator decided to lower the age in which Black children, because it affects the majority of Black kids, can be prosecuted. So now 10-year-olds in our state can be prosecuted. When I fought at the legislature and worked with many amazing individuals, Delegate Jazz Lewis was a sponsor of the House side of the bill. Senator Benson stood on the floor and told them this is not acceptable for our children. Delegate Jocelyn Melnick, and all of the other Prince George's County, our delegation was phenomenal in making sure that we ended juvenile life without parole, even though we were met with adversarial folks throughout that process. But when I stood on the floor and when we talked about this in 2021, Maryland had the distinction of having the highest number of children in the country incarcerated for crimes committed as children. 87% of the population that was sentenced to juvenile life without parole in the state of Maryland was Black kids. We have a problem. In addition to mass incarceration, economic inequality is a big issue for our county. Although Prince George's County has a large Black population, there are substantial disparities in household income and poverty rates. Educational disparities. There's a persistent achievement gap in educational outcomes for our Black students. These gaps manifest in standardized test scores, high school graduation rates, and college enrollment rates. The Prince George's County Lynching Memorial Project has held an essay and creative arts contest beyond the scope of EJI for the past few years to ensure that we are giving children access to literature to ensure they know about this, right? So that's a plug for you all to go to the pgclmp.org website and donate some money so we can have more children benefiting from participating in those essay contests. Schools with higher minority populations often face overcrowding and underfunding, and lack of resources is what we're seeing. Our health disparities in our county. Prince George's County faced challenges accessing quality health care. We have a significantly higher incidence rate and age-adjusted death rate due to prostate cancer. We have a higher rate of adults with diabetes, hospitalizations due to diabetes, and hospitalizations due to long-term complications of diabetes. We have a higher rate of deaths due to strokes. We have significantly higher rate of hospitalizations due to heart failure. Maryland rate is 38.8 hospitalizations per 10,000. Our rate is 50.1. We have a higher rate of chronic kidney disease amongst our Medicare population. So we have more work to do. And they also spoke about Black maternal health, what Dr. Bailey talked about earlier. Black women in Prince George's County face significant maternal health disparities, including higher rates of maternal mortality and complications during pregnancy compared to white women. These disparities are reflective of broader national trends in maternal health for Black women. Local organizations, community leaders, and policymakers in Prince George's County are working to address these disparities through initiatives aimed at improving access to education, healthcare, and employment, as well as advocating for criminal justice reform. However, systemic inequality and historical patterns of exclusion continue to present challenges to achieving racial equity in our county. The reality is today's hearing will be recorded in our Maryland State Record. They will state how well the event was, which it was phenomenal. We had phenomenal speakers. They'll talk about how the county made efforts to confront and educate folks in this room about the legacy of slavery and the lynchings of Mr. Jerx, Mr. Scott, Mr. Green, and Mr. Williams. And that is needed. We need this to happen. But efforts to combat the disparities that exist in our county will require long-term investments in policy changes, community engagement, and addressing the root causes of inequity. And every person in this room needs to be part of that conversation, part of that journey, part of that change. Don't sit idly by and talk about what you would have done. The question today is, what are you doing? What will you do? And that can be as simple as reading a book as part of our book club or our book chat, sharing a post, attending a meeting, donating to our essay and creative arts contest, setting up for an event, and holding your elected officials accountable to effecting change. This is a journey, and we are hopeful that everyone leaves this room yearning to be along for that ride. Please sign up today for the Prince George's County Lynching Memorial Project activities. Visit the website. We have tables outside that I hope will be helpful for you. I wanted to close my remarks that way because I know we are short on time. And if you engage with us, I can promise you you'll learn more about the work that I do in my personal capacity and the work that we have to do as part of this effort. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Ms. Carpenter. So we are now preparing for the final phase of our hearing, and that is the time for public comments. So I will recognize Commissioner Amy Millen, who does lead our logistics committee for the commission, who will read the public comments that have been submitted via email. And again, that's MLTRC@maryland.gov. The feedback that we've gotten during the hearing, and we will just reiterate, if you have not submitted feedback or testimony, you can do so at any time. Please feel free to do so at that email address. Thank you, Commissioner Millen.
Thank you. I'm just going to give an abbreviated reminder of some of the guidelines for submitted comments. Comments and questions must be submitted to the topic of today's discussion for the hearing. If it's off topic, it's not going to be included in the hearing. The comments and questions should be presented with decorum and respect that are appropriate for this public hearing. I'm also going to remind you that each comment or question must be no longer than 2 minutes, and I will interrupt if we're going to get to that point, and I would really hate to interrupt. We'd rather hear from as many folks as possible. And again, just as our chair identified, please send additional or extended comments and questions to MLTRC@maryland.gov. With that, we did receive a comment that was submitted online by Jonathan Taylor, who I believe is actually here. Is Jonathan Taylor here? Would you like to come forward and read your comment? You can use the microphone up front, please. And when you begin your comments, state your name and your affiliation, if any. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan Taylor. I am a member of the Greenbelt Reparations Commission. The Greenbelt Reparations Commission was established in 2021 to review, discuss, and make recommendations related to reparations for African American and Native American residents of Greenbelt. In 2022, the Greenbelt City Council elected 21 commissioners, or selected 21 commissioners, and they began monthly meetings in 2023. Since that date, the commission has pursued its mandate by establishing contact with other commissions, by promoting Greenbelt educational events, and by conducting research into Greenbelt history. The commission expects to base its recommendations on this research. We want to thank you, members of the Maryland Lynching Truth and Reconciliation Commission, for the work you've done to help America not acknowledge the evil that has been done here. Acknowledgement is the first step towards reconciliation, as we've heard. Our sole recommendation, and it's really just kind of a foot stomping of what we've heard today, is that the commission, in its final report, make every effort to clarify that lynching was not a series of isolated attacks on individual men, but a broad political attack upon African Americans as a class. Although each lynching may have had its own pretexts, all lynchings of African Americans shared the same subtext, and each may have been the work of America's low men, but those low men were just working out racial policies of America's statesmen, men like U.S. Senator Reverdy Johnson of Anne Arundel County, or Chief Justice Roger Taney of Calvert County, Presidents Andrew Johnson and Abraham Lincoln, and even State Senator Lansdale Sasser of Prince George's County, who I just wanted to introduce for those of you who haven't heard that name in a while, though many of you that drive by the old education building will recognize it, his father. Thankfully, there were no lynchings in Greenbelt, but our commission has learned that our city's origin story is linked to lynching through that founding father, Senator Sasser. Sasser was among those who counseled Governor Ritchie not to bring George Armwood's lynchers to justice. And just 2 years later, in 1935, when residents of the city of Berwyn Heights and Prince George's County opposed the New Deal town FDR wanted to build nearby, that is Greenbelt, his resettlement administration sought out Sasser to assure those residents that only white families will be living here, that there'll be a large police force that'll be watching over those relief workers, and that Senator Sasser himself will be consulted on the future governance of the town. So in a way, Senator Sasser's lynching bona fides signaled to that white community there that a racial hierarchy would be maintained in Greenbelt, and it was for the next 30 years. So on behalf of the Greenbelt Reparations Commission, thank you for the opportunity to address you today.
Thank you for that testimony. We have two additional individuals who have signed up in advance to provide testimony. Jordan Chadwick, representing the Braxton Institute.
Greetings. I'm Jordan Chadwick. I'm reading a statement on racial terror lynchings on behalf of the Braxton Institute, where we co-create strategies for healing trauma and harms to historically oppressed communities. We reflect solemnly on the painful legacy of terrorizing racial lynchings that have stained the rich history of Prince George's County. We denounce these acts of racial violence and grieve the generational trauma and negative social impacts for African Americans that continues to this day. In remembering these lynched sons of Maryland, we call their names: Thomas Jerx, John Henry Scott, Michael Green, and Stephen Williams. And we recommit to justice, equity, and reconciliation. Let their memory galvanize us into action. We call on the Maryland Truth and Reconciliation Commission to use its influence to advocate for the Harriet Tubman Community Investment Act, Senate Bill 469. This critical investment would help repair the continuing harm from Maryland's racist past, such as the damage done to Lakeland, Maryland, where the Braxton Institute, led by our founder and president, Reverend Dr. Joanne Braxton, has been advocating for repair through our Reparations for Lakeland Now campaign. Lakeland, a once thriving black town in Prince George's County, founded in 1905, was devastated by urban renewal during the 1970s and 80s, causing many residents to lose their homes after being assured by governmental entities that they would be able to return. Acts of violence against Lakelanders, such as the 44 bullets shot by whites into the home of a Lakeland civic leader in 1970, deepened the trauma. Racial terrorization has not ended in our communities. Through the efforts of various entities, Lakeland has begun to gain redress and repair, but more must be done to heal this community and others like it. The reintroduction of the Harriet Tubman Community Investment Act is a key step toward repair, revitalization, and reconciliation across the state, especially in southern Maryland and on the Eastern Shore, where the use of extrajudicial violence by whites against blacks was prevalent. Working together, we can build a society where atrocities of racial terrorization, such as the killings of Jerx, Scott, Green, Williams, and most recently Lieutenant Collins, remain in the past, in a future in which justice and healing prevail. May it be so. Repair is in order. Entered on behalf of the Braxton Institute for Sustainability, Resiliency, and Joy. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Winston from the Prince George's County Libraries, and I hope you reintroduce yourself with the full title. Thank you.
I will be happy to do that. Mark Winston, CEO of the Prince George's County Memorial Library System. Thank you. I'll say a little bit about our role as a public library system and a bit about our commitment to this ongoing project. For a public library system, our mission and our role are defined by the principle of access to information, particularly during a time when book banning and challenges to library collections are happening at an alarming rate, and this is happening nationally. The data clearly shows that a high percentage of the books that are challenged in public libraries and school libraries are diversity related. And the data shows this across a range of types of organizations. But for us as a system, we are pleased to be the home of a number of archives collections, including the Sojourner Truth Room in Oxon Hill, the Prince George's Room in Hyattsville, and the collection documenting the development of the planned community in Greenbelt. In support of the Prince George's County Lynching Memorial Commission's efforts, we are pleased to be deploying archive staff to the Maryland State Archives to assist in evaluating collections such as the papers of former Maryland governors, to identify documents, articles, photographs, and other items that relate to the lynchings in the county. Ultimately, we know that telling the stories of the subjects of lynchings in a permanent way relies on the record. We are also working to assist in developing the online presence and the infrastructure that links the relevant collections in library systems, archives, and elsewhere, allowing researchers, and this includes students, those doing genealogical research, individuals in the county, elsewhere in the state, the country, and the world, to search and to access the content from wherever they are. Thank you for the opportunity to address the group.
Thank you. We have a comment that has come in online. My name is Sarah Flores. I'm a first year at Loyola University, Maryland. I want to thank the MLTRC for doing this wonderful work. I have a lot to bring back with me to campus and beyond. I wanted to reiterate a couple of points regarding spirituality and churches advocating for the dignity of people, especially during the lynchings in Jim Crow South. The more churches get involved in speaking out against hate and promoting love, the better people will become. I am from a Roman Catholic tradition where I think the least amount of work is done. I hope to become a part of the work, and I encourage all of you to keep me accountable. Thank you again. We have a man up front who would like to come forward next. Thank you.
Thank you so much. First thing, thank you to the commission and also to the Prince George's County Lynching Memorial Project. I am Minister Rodney Taylor with the Union Bethel AME Church, and our mentoring program, the Mighty Men, participated in the soul collection for Mr. Thomas Jerx in Piscataway. And I just wanted to come and thank you so much. I'm just say to you on behalf of our pastor, Reverend Dr. William Campbell Jr., and all the mentors that we are now 13, just a little bit of history about the mentoring program. It was birthed during the death of Trayvon Martin. The Lord gave me a revelation to go to my pastor and said, there's something we need to do for our young, black, young men. And I went to my pastor and told him that the Lord is just telling me about a mentoring program. It's so happy he would have had me to start the program at the same Gwen Park Middle School that I participated in when I was a young man. We go to the school, and he said, when you go there, you tell the principal that you guys need the 10 worst young men in the school that they're ready to give up on. When I can tell you that participating in this soul collection project for Thomas Jerx, what it did for those young men, it's unbelievable. I had 3 young men, and one man, I'm gonna focus on Mr. Murray. Mr. Murray came to us in 6th grade, 6 being suspended almost every other week. He had a 1.25 GPA. 7th grade, he promised me that he would stop getting suspended. Grades got a little better. We participated in that soul collection project on Thomas Jerx. From the day we left there, we went to lunch. Their questions never stopped. The excitement that came into those young men's lives is unbelievable. He left out with straight A's. He's now at Gwen Park High School playing football. So we thank God. We thank God for your work. I want to thank God for, I know Ms. Dora Proctor personally, the president of Chapel Hill. I'm born and raised in Brandywine. Now I live in Aquasco, where they say it's a long ways away. Still in Prince George's County. My heart is sold out to young African-American young men to make them better than what sometimes we have to realize they're not dealt the hand that we all were dealt. They all have a story. Out of 80 young men that's come through that program in 13 years, only 4 had a father in the household. Only 4. And my passion, and I want to leave you all with a scripture that I just have to. The Lord just dropped it in my heart, and I just have to do this. And Mr. Reverend Diane, I want to thank you and your whole team and for the Prince George's County Lynch Memorial Project. But this scripture he left for me was 1 Corinthians 28:20. It says it this way, where King David tells his son Solomon, be strong and courageous and do the work. Do not be afraid or discouraged, for the Lord God, my God, is with you. He will not fail you or forsake you until the work for the service of the temple of the Lord is finished. Keep doing the work. I know God is with us. God bless you.
So want to honor the student that gave us some brief words. So, Sarah, would you like to say, just keep it short now. I know how long one of you like to be. I love it, but we all trying to get out of here. So go ahead.
No worries, I understand. Hi, allies of the cause. My name is Sarah Flores. I was the comment that they read earlier. This is the first time I'm hearing all this history. And for me, growing up in the Roman Catholic tradition, I'm getting a lot of my questions. My way of viewing my faith has changed, actually. So when I wrote that comment, I was thinking about how they were saying, like, oh, all the Methodist churches across the nation were advocating for this. And I think in coming here, I've seen more advocacy done in the Catholic tradition than I have anywhere in New York. And I just want to thank you for that, because I want to see more of that. And I know that in the Roman Catholic Church, at least, we have the Catholic social justice teaching principles. I just don't think that the church, well, for me, it's always been about the people. So you guys are just good people, and I want to let you know that. Thank you, Commissioner Funkel.
Thank you. And that's just an example very quickly of what has come out of this work. So very quickly, I'm honored to work with Dr. David Carey and Dr. Michelle Gowark of Loyola University, Maryland. If you're not familiar, that university has done tremendous work acknowledging their history of enslavement. Particularly the Jesuits. So people might be familiar with Georgetown University. Loyola has a similar history as well. And out of this collaboration, we have this class between Loyola University of Maryland and Morgan State University, where we are putting young people at the center of helping us to tell this story of the Maryland Lynching, Truth and Reconciliation Commission. So I'm very grateful to my Loyola students. I think there might be some Morgan students. If they're not here, I know they're watching because I told them to, because they got assignments on this. But we look forward to our discussion on Tuesday to process this moment and to think about how we tell this story in a way that people see themselves in. Even the testimony that you've given, Sarah, serves as an example of how young people can see themselves in this work. So thank you.
Are there any comments or questions? Please come forward. If we could possibly really hold to that 2-minute, 1 minute time, because we're reaching the end of our 30-minute comment period.
I'll try to make it quick. I'm Pat Ford Neal, and I'm president of the Prince George's Maryland chapter of the Afro-American Geological and Historical Society. And we have members here today, if you raise your hands, and we had 5 members who were researchers on the 4 lynching victims. And I'd like to recognize their names. They're not all here today, but Diane Tompkins is one, Isaac Prentice, Janice Simmons, Carolyn Rowe, who is here, and Melanie Robinson, who also discovered 2 ancestors, descendants, is here. I also want to say that as we think about moving forward, we need to think about the markers. We want the Prince George's County or the state to pay and install the markers for the 4 lynching victims in Prince George's County. We want the education system, the school board to look at putting in the curriculum, the story of the lynching victims and the story of slavery, because we're not told our history, and our history is being erased, and African Americans need to be in the curriculum and in the history books. We also want to vote. You realize how important voting is with this past election. You get what you vote for. So we have to put people in office who are going to look after our needs. So voting, local and on the state level, is so important now. We also want to stress, if there's any way possible, to have, like they have in Rockville County, a Remembrance Month in November, where Maryland got their slavery. November 1st, we were free and had our emancipation. If we could have a Remembrance Month in the month of November in Prince George's County, or to make it statewide, that would be something that would help us. And of course, we must keep diversity, equity, and inclusion in all parts of our society. We have to keep doing that. I'm also co-chair of the Education Committee for the Prince George's Lynching Memorial, and our members are here. If you raise your hand, we have our book talk February the 11th. It's online. Go to our website, and we're reading Barracoon this year, and you can see on the table the other books that we have read, and it's free. It's open to the public. And we want to say, as Martin Luther King said, if you can't fly, then run. If you can't run, then walk. If you can't walk, then crawl. But by all means, do something to keep moving forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon, good afternoon. I am actually Maryland State Delegate Jamila Woods from Legislative District 26. So happy to have this opportunity to have been with you today. I want you to know, the lady that just spoke, that I actually have pending legislation in this 447th session of the Maryland General Assembly to make Maryland Emancipation Day in November a holiday. I also have current legislation in this 447th session of the Maryland General Assembly to make sure that we are teaching African American history in our schools. I want the young lady from First Baptist Church of Glen Arden to know that I was one of the only 8 people of all of the senators and delegates in the Maryland General Assembly to vote against the juvenile justice bill that incarcerates our 10 to 12-year-old children. And I recently had the wonderful opportunity to stand with the Maryland Public Defender's Office to talk about how we will look at ways to make ourselves available to our children instead of penalizing them, because we don't know the true context of the trauma and drama that brings them to some of the choices and the decisions that we make. I've been following this commission, and I get your emails, I read your work, I attended your event in Fort Washington. Sometimes I just come in and sit around and listen and watch, because I recognize that I have so much to learn, and a lot of times the only thing I'm really running is my mouth. And so I'm here to learn, listen, but to also let you know that I want to make myself available to collaborate with you. Please talk to me about those things that you'd like to see put in place, that legislation that gets those markers, all of those things that we have to do to make sure that we are acknowledged and that people recognize the contributions that we have made as a people of African descent. And I'm going to leave you with this one. I am the 5th generation great niece of Harriet Tubman.
Didn't know I would have to follow that. Good afternoon. My name is Mike Johnson. I am a member of the American Descendants of Slavery Advocacy Foundation, the Maryland chapter. And what I'd like for you all to do is put that in the lexicon. American Descendants of Slavery is who we are as a people. The 4 gentlemen who are being honored today were not people of color. They were not BIPOC. And what I need you to understand is that those monikers actually erase us as a people. We are American descendants of slavery. A part of our group sits back here today, so I'm not here on an official capacity. I just wanted to get this out and let you all know that that's who we are. We descend from chattel slavery on the shores of America. We are a specific group of people. And I really wish that folks would be specific when they talk about us. Thank you, Commission. This is my first time coming out. Didn't know about you folks before, and anything that we can help with as an advocacy group, please feel free to call on us. ADOSadvocacyfoundation.org is where you can go to get more information about who we are. We're a grassroots organization fighting for the correction of what has been done to our people. All right, thank you, folks.
We likely have time for one short comment, if there is any. Otherwise, I know my colleague, Commissioner Creary, has a reflection.
Hi, thank you. I will keep this brief because I know people want to get out of here. Just First off, with regard to the Catholic Church and history of slavery and African Americans, it's an ugly history. In my former life, I did an awful lot of research on that. So if you want to talk about specifics, we can get into that. Like, no Catholic priest or bishop ever coming out against slavery before the end of the Civil War. It's an ugly history, but I'm happy to talk with you about it. Also, just very briefly, Reverend Love, you talked about the Houston riots. I think it's important to point out that what occasioned, that sparked that riot was African American soldiers trying to protect a black woman who was being unlawfully arrested. And so I think it's important to recognize, and again, I looked up her name. It was Sarah Travers. She was being, treated unfairly and improperly by the Houston police, and those black soldiers intervened to try to protect her. So I just throw that out. But what I really wanted to talk about briefly, since, again, my day job is at the Middlebury Institute of International Studies in Monterey, California. So it is a pleasure to be back here in Maryland at Bowie State, where, as Dr. Bro said earlier this morning, this really is the intellectual home of this commission. And, to talk about Bowie State, founded in 1865, before the Civil War ended, by the Baltimore Association for the Moral and Educational Improvement of the Colored People. You gotta love that name. But that was started in December of 1864, barely a month after slavery was abolished. Bowie State, and again, we've heard an awful lot of mention of Thomas Jerx today. I can proudly say that it was two of my Bowie State students, Sidney Alexandra Lawson and James Henry Copeland IV, who found his name in the Maryland State Archives. And we were able to have them change it from unknown to Thomas Jerx. And both of them are from Prince George's County, so I think there's some wonderful symmetry there. But again, Bowie State, the oldest HBCU in the state, has had that long tradition of engaged, committed struggle, going back to the 1968 protests on campus and at the State House. And again, it was the local NAACP that provided the money for the buses to bring them from campus to the State House, where they were arrested. And again, I think it's also important to point out that at that time, roughly 40% of Bowie State's enrollment were white women. 1/3 of the students who were arrested in 1968 were white women. And so we have always been welcoming of anyone who wants to be part of our community. And again, as a result of those riots, the old MLK building, which has just been slated for demolition, that came about as a result of student protest and student activism. So, and again, to talk about, Bowie State's involvement in the lawsuit that resulted in, I think, an entirely inadequate settlement, for funding for those HBCUs, not even close to the $2.3 billion that you were all due. But Bowie was a constitutive element there, and so to have Bowie's participation and significant role in the formation and support of this commission, I think, speaks loudly to that long history of engagement. And I am thrilled to be back here and at least, temporarily plugged into it again. So thank you all, and I will shut up and turn things back over to Commissioner Faulkner.
Much appreciation to Commissioner Creary, and again, all those who were catalysts for what you all experienced this morning and this afternoon. So as we move to conclude this hearing, certainly got to share our gratitude first to Bowie State University for they always bring it. They always bring it when it comes to the hosting. That's why I never say no when we want to do stuff here. Very grateful for their hospitality. To Maryland State Police for keeping us safe. Let me be able to run my mouth without repercussion, at least for now. to my fellow commissioners, to our staff, members of the Office of the Attorney General, to Trish. Trish, where you at? Our project manager. To the chair of our logistics committee, Commissioner Amy Millen. Y'all don't understand how much work they do. Sometimes we don't understand how much work they do, but it is because of them and so much collaboration with our local partners. So again, Prince George's County, Maryland, Lynching Memorial Project, and many more who allow us to have this wonderful experience that you all have had. To our liaisons, thank you so much for being that mode of communication so that we are reflecting what the people want in this space. To Event Stream Team, the Reeds, for always capturing this experience in a way that this lives on forever and ever and ever. We want to quickly mention that concluding this hearing, that there will be space held by the Prince George's County Lynching Memorial Project in conjunction with Living and Growing for further reflection on the experiences that you all had. Again, if you want the chance to talk about it, if you want the chance to reflect on it, if you want the chance to process this, that opportunity is there, not just this afternoon, but also on Saturday, February 8th, and that is also in conjunction with the Greenbelt Black History and Culture Committee to further discuss what happened in this space. As we continue to reiterate, this is not the beginning nor the end. This is just the part that we play in this journey. So please take those opportunities, and that gathering on the 8th will be at the Greenbelt Community Center. If there's more information, please talk to a representative for more details. And so with that, being mindful of time, thank you for, again, your commitment to all of this time. This usually does happen. Like, we started early, now we ended late, go figure. But that's cool, because it allowed us to have so much time and so much opportunity for, again, the wisdom, the understanding, and the calls to action that happen in this space. I will keep it short and sweet. This is the real interactive part. Everybody should participate. I have 5 simple questions. Do you believe that everyone should be acknowledged? Yes. Do you believe that everyone should be appreciated? Yes. Do you believe that everyone should be respected? Yes. Do you believe that everyone should be understood? Yes. And most importantly, do you believe that everyone should be loved? Yes. If you want those things, then you must acknowledge, appreciate, respect, understand, and love one another. It is no surprise that in most spiritual texts that we find on this planet, it fundamentally comes down to the same thing. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. As complex as this world can be, the path by which we can have a quality life is so simple. Do what you want others to do to you and for you. And so, in that spirit of acknowledgement, appreciation, respect, understanding, and love, do what you can to bring those existential determinants to everyone who needs it. We ain't going back. I don't want to go back. You don't want to go back. Nobody here wants to go back. And for me, I don't want my son to deal with this. I don't want my daughter to deal with this. So with the time that I have, I will fight. With the time that we have, we will fight. And I leave it with this awesome shirt. I think, Mom, you gave me this shirt? Probably. Okay, I'll summarize. Respect our existence or expect our resistance. So with that, I move that we accept the testimony, the wisdom, the love, the understanding, everything that we heard during this historic day for the permanent record keeping of this historic commission. Is there a second? All right, so moved. And with that, we conclude this hearing. Thank you. We appreciate you. We honor you. And yes, we love you. Have a good one.